Hello, and welcome to the gym. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hopefully you're having a wonderful day. I just got back from the Knoxville Regional Championships where I was able to finish in the top 16 with my beloved Mew VMAX. I am sorry I ever abandoned Mew VMAX. The deck treats me right, honestly. Now, thank you everybody for the subs to kick the day off. Cabled, Grim X Grin, Slade, Peter the Lizard, Cheese Whiz, Tomasic, Mr. Incredible, Chicken Strip, and Amik. Before we get started today, I do want to acknowledge that the Pokemon trading card game community and the Pokemon video game community lost a prominent member this past weekend, Angel Miranda. I didn't know Angel, but he seemed like a wonderful member of the community, an excellent trading card game player and video game player, was very prominent in the New York scene for both games, and tragically passed away this weekend. So that's terrible. I mean, my heart goes out to everybody who knew him, his family, and it just is, there's no easy way to deal with that. So just know that anybody that's struggling, the community's here for you, and we love you. And it's just, it's heart-wrenching. Yeah. I think it was like an allergic reaction, I think, from what I'm hearing. Just absolutely terrible. Life is short, and it's just, there's no guarantees. It's just so sad. So, I just want to lift up anybody who knew Angel and has stories about Angel. Just lift those voices up, and just and celebrate the life that he had. That's all we can do. So yeah, anybody in the chat who knew Angel, we're here for you in any way that we can be. So that's really hard. But Angel was a fantastic player. Had top 8 at a regional this year, and was just a top player in both games. I mean, really just an incredible person. So yeah. So definitely I'm praying for him and his family and his friends, and just want to offer up a space that anybody that knew him can talk about what they're going through, and just find comfort in the community, hopefully, because that's just the most we can do right now. So incredibly sorry to hear that. And again, rest in peace to Angel. Just tragic for sure. So I got in late last night from Knoxville. Knoxville had 1,150 players at it. It was a big regional. Venue was packed to the brim. Just because there's 1,100 seats, like technically 1,100 chairs, in the venue, I think doesn't necessarily mean that, or I guess more, right? Just because there's like 1,400 seats in the venue doesn't mean that 1,400 people are going to comfortably fit in a space. It did feel like we were kind of packed in like sardines this weekend for sure. So every opportunity that I had to not be in my chair actually playing, I spent anywhere else, because being in the venue was actually pretty miserable. Like being in the tournament hall was pretty miserable because it was just so like congested. So spent a lot of time kind of up up and around in the surrounding area. But I went to Knoxville with only 2 decks. I showed up with 2 decks. My Lightning Gym Leader Challenge deck and Mew VMAX, baby. That's what we got. Mew VMAX. Yeah, Tony, right. Tony and Bean in the chat. Yeah. Well, that's what I think that the venues don't feel, it's tough because there's a lot of like tips and tricks you have to learn from going to events, because the events aren't like designed, they're not designed the best. There's never enough bathrooms. There's always huge lines, not enough space. It's just, yeah, you know what I mean? So like there's a couple tips and tricks, like never wait in the line for the bathroom. Always just go find another one, out in the, you have to leave the tournament hall and go find another one. That's just, you'll be in and out faster if you just go find a different bathroom. Like before round 1, there was a line probably 25 people long at the bathroom. Thank you, Moore's Makes, for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. JD, yeah, they do. They do allow foreign cards. You just kind of just play them and no one's going to say anything. But yeah, they do. Well, the thing is if you spill the beans too much about, all right, so first of all, there's a couple of tips when going to a regional championship. Never wait in line for the bathroom. You got to go find a secret bathroom. Now, sometimes you have to hunt around, but I did find that if I went up to like the 3rd floor of the convention center, I could find a big bathroom with no wait. So that was like, that was my my maneuver there. Yep, 3rd floor up to the left. Right. Another pro tip is never get food by the venue. Never. Always make a plan. For me, I just eat a couple Cliff Bars. That's all I do. I have not. It's just like people are waiting in line for like fried food. It's first of all, it's gonna weigh you down because it's like, fried food or whatever. Thank you, Ballin' High, for the Prime sub and the 7 months. Appreciate you. You never want to wait in line. Never. It's just not worth the wait. I mean, they literally had to push back the lunch break 15 minutes because it took too long, right? It's just like, I can't imagine that's just not like a good thing for your mental either. If you're like trying to rally back, like eating some convention center food and then like going back to play 6 more rounds or 5 more rounds of Pokemon, like 5 grueling hours, is probably not the best thing you can do for yourself. So, but maybe for some people it is. Everybody's different, but I would highly recommend learn your own routine. So for me, personally, during lunch breaks, I go back to the hotel. I always try to make sure I'm in a hotel that's walking distance. I go back to the hotel. I'll take a shower, freshen up, eat a Cliff Bar, maybe listen to some music and relax, like shut my eyes for 15, 20 minutes, and then I'm back in it. It's like, imagine that you're running a marathon. Yeah, the mid-tournament shower is my best kept secret, honestly. The lunch break shower is the real play. You wash all the gamer sweat off of you, And instead of like coming into round 5, you know, grosser, you come into round 5 fresh. Yeah, that's my biggest tournament hack. Is the mid-tournament shower. It's fantastic. It'd be like you're running a marathon. And you got to think about a Pokemon trading card game event. You have to kind of think of it like an athletic event. It is very much a test of endurance. It very much is, which is one of the, it's one of the reasons why in-person tournaments are so difficult, is because it is a grueling endeavor to play, back-to-back long days of Pokemon cards. It's very mentally draining. So you got to think that compare it to like running a marathon, right? And at mile 13, there's someone off to the side holding like a cup of water that you can grab and kind of like, splash in your mouth, drink a little, and then keep running. And then there's someone off to the side holding like, a Coca-Cola. All right. Take the water, not the Coca-Cola, right? You're going to cramp up. It's not going to be good for you if you chug the Coke at mile 13 and a cheeseburger, right? You could either get a cup of water and maybe someone has like a granola bar, and then someone has a Coke and a cheeseburger at mile 13. It's just like, what is going to serve your body better, right? As you try to make it those 13 more miles. The water in the granola bar, right? So that's the analogy I'm trying to make. Pokemon tournaments are a physical and mentally toiling endeavor. You have to like treat your body and mind right. Now, some people need a full meal in the middle of the day in order to think their best. And that, for some people, they operate that way. I know for myself and for a lot of us, if you eat a whole meal, you're going to be sleepy and bloated and like, so it's a matter of, thank you, Bergman, for that Prime sub and the 37 months. It's a matter of finding like what clicks for you. But there is no way that the convention center food clicks for 1,000 people. There's no way that the convention center, that waiting 45 minutes in line for the convention center food, there's no way that is the optimal thing for 1,000 people to do. There's no chance. I suspect that there's a lot of people doing it just because it seems like the thing to do, right? Thank you, Matt Wish, for the sub and the 43 months. I highly recommend finding out what kind of mid-tournament snack works best for you and pre-preparing that before going to an event. You're going to waiting 45 minutes for a pretzel and a hot dog, right? Like that's probably not like it, right? It's probably not like the it thing to do. So I would highly recommend figuring out what your thing is and doing that. Exactly. See, Chicken Strip knows. Yeah, thanks, JR. Thanks. Yes. Chrome Cannon brought a box of cereal bars and C4 energy drinks. Precisely. I know what I'm going to want is Cliff Bars and caffeine. That's all I need. And I can stay focused. The last thing I want to do is wait in line for some No, wait like 45 minutes in line. Waiting in line is exhausting. I don't know about you guys. Waiting, like literally standing in line is one of the most exhausting activities known to man. For sure. It's exhausting. Anybody ever waited in line at like Disney World or anything? I'd rather walk for an hour than stand in line for an hour. Any day. Yeah, any day of the week. So, yes, I highly recommend Cliff Bars. That's been my thing. Little Cliff Bars, little caffeine, and I'm good to go. And then you and then after the tournament's done, then you get yourself a nice dinner or whatever. And, and unwind. And then rally back for day 2. Now, talking about the, thank you, Elder Squirtle, for the sub and the 21 months. Talking about the tournament, this is the deck list that I played for the Knoxville Regional Championships. Mew VMAX. Like I said, I brought one deck. I brought one deck and one deck only. And it was Mew VMAX. I had my Lightning Gym Leader Challenge deck just in case it didn't go well. And I had my Mew VMAX deck, and I was, and I rode down in the car with J.W. Creewall and Jesse Parker. And when I got in the car, I told Jesse, I was like, bro, I only brought one deck. He's like, what? He's like, you crazy. I was like, nah. Yeah, I was like, I'm going to play Mew, bro. 100%. After like the last few regionals, having played Lugia, I was like, it's going to be Mew for me. I don't really care. I'll put the flying Pikachu in it, and we'll just, we'll have some fun. Then I sell back my Lugias. I sold back one or two of them, but apparently Lugia is good post rotation, so I have to keep them. Yeah. So I'm not playing Lugia again in this format, but apparently Lugia single strike is a thing, so I'm gonna have to keep them. So how do we come to this conclusion? Well, first of all, I do think that the format's kind of like really settled, more or less. We know what the best decks are for the most part, and it really is turning into a just play your favorite deck. I mean, Lugia V-Star is like doing a lot of winning. Regigigas continues to do relatively well. Lost Box, didn't hit as hard this tournament as it did at Oceania. And you got like Vikavolt and you got some Mew. And that's like, you got your sprinklings of like Duraludon decks. That's basically it. The format is kind of settled. So I think it very much is a like play your favorite deck kind of format. You're just gonna have the best time if you just play the deck that you're the most comfortable with. If you play the deck that your matchup's the best with, and that I think will serve you well. Oh yeah, Brandon Salazar, Eternatus, made it to the finals. That's incredible. Brandon Salazar is a national champion. Won with like a Rogue, Landorus, Raichu, Garbodor deck back in the day. So yeah, Brandon Salazar, legendary player. Also, I think Brandon Salazar either won or got second at a regional. I think might have been second. The same weekend I won my regional with Landorus Crobat. I'm pretty sure Brandon Salazar also got second at a regional with Landorus Crobat that same weekend. Thank you, Victor, for the sub in the 25 months. Thank you, Todakeke Slider, for the Prime sub. Yes. So, Ground Wartortle played against me round 6. What deck were you, Ground Wartortle? What player in deck were you? Were you the Vikavolt? But yes. Yes, the Vikavolt. Yes, that was a very close one. So, decided to play Mew. It's just my favorite deck. Decided on the Flying Pikachu VMAX, which is kind of it's just a good card. Flying Pikachu VMAX, Max Balloon. I mean, it deals with a certain amount of threats in the format. Obviously, the biggest threat to Mew VMAX is Drapion. That's like the existential crisis with playing a Mew VMAX deck, is that inevitably you're going to encounter some Drapion. You're going to play against some Lost Box decks, and those matchups just aren't fantastic. And Regigigas also is kind of a sussy matchup. Knowing full well that Lost Box just won the Oceania International Championships, it's like, all right, that deck's probably going to see an uptick in play. Thank you, Sepepin, for the Prime sub in the 11 months. So, talking about Lost Box, Lost Box is probably one of the most difficult decks in the format to play. So I'm really, thinking about Lost Box players, I really believe that there's only a handful of players capable of piloting Lost Box like perfectly at a tournament. And even those players like Grant Manley and stuff, even those players have a hard time with it sometimes. Yeah, thank you, Sepepin. And Tim Jung for those subs. Appreciate it. Lost Box is a very difficult deck to play. So I suspected there'd be a lot of people trying Lost Box, but not necessarily like succeeding. So the Flying Pikachu VMAX, not a perfect tech for Lost Box, but it puts them in a very compromising situation because you go turn 1, attach Double Turbo or Speed Lightning Energy to Flying Peak V, right? And then turn 2, you evolve into Pikachu, you get your other energy, and you start swinging. Now, a Lost Box player has a couple of things that they can do. They can use Sableye Lost Mine to place 12 damage counters on your Flying Pikachu. Since Max Balloon says during your opponent's next turn, you prevent all damage done to this Pokemon by attacks from basic Pokemon. Lost Box decks are entirely basic Pokemon. They can either Lost Mine, place 12 damage counters on your Flying Pikachu, or they can escape rope it to the bench and then use Boss's Orders to bring it back out and swing into it, or they can escape rope it to the bench and hit something else. Now, Azul's Oceania winning Lost Box deck only played 2 copies of Escape Rope and 1 Boss's Orders. So, the problem with that is that you're using Judge pretty much every turn and disrupting their hand. Not only that, you're also turning off things like Radiant Greninja with Path, or you're lost zoning guys. So, if a Lost Box player has to use an escape rope turn 1, or maybe has to lost zone an escape rope. Like I know against one of the Lost Box opponents I played, they had to lost zone an escape rope because they had to choose between Drapion and an escape rope. So it's like, okay, that kind of stuff just happens, right? So what Flying Pikachu basically allowed was it allowed the natural inconsistencies of the Lost Box deck to kind of really punish the Lost Box decks. Now, it's not a perfect tech, but if you're using Judge and Path and Lost City and Max Balloon, and then eventually you get your Parasol on the Pikachu, right? Because I said that they can ping the Pikachu with Sableye. So eventually you find your Parasol. You really just have to find the Parasol by turn 3 or 4, right? So you find the Parasol, and then you're swinging with this thing, and that makes it so that Sableye can't place damage counters on your bench. It also makes it so that Sableye can't place damage counters on your Flying Pikachu, which is very good. So by the time you get that up, it's just a solid strategy. Versus Lost Box, I 2-0'd 2 Lost Boxes, and I tied a third. So I played against 3 Lost Box decks, and my record against the Lost Box decks was 5-1. I 2-0'd 2 of them, and I went 1-1 versus a third. The Lost Box decks with Raikou and many escape ropes those are the difficult ones, because if they're playing Raikou V, they can escape rope and then gust up your Flying Pikachu. Now, if you're judging them every turn, that can still be a difficult play to pull off. But, the Lost Box decks with Raikou and many escape ropes those are the difficult ones, because if they're playing Raikou V, they can escape rope and then gust up your Flying Pikachu. Now, if you're judging them every turn, that can still be a difficult play to pull off. But, the Lost Box decks with Raikou and many escape ropes those are the difficult ones, because if they're playing Raikou V, they can escape rope and then gust up your Flying Pikachu. Now, if you're judging them every turn, that can still be a difficult play to pull off. But but that's like the main strategy. So Flying Pikachu helps with your Lost Box matchup. It also helps with your Regigigas matchup, right? Because Regigigas, obviously, is entirely basic Pokemon. So, if you just get Flying Pikachu set up and attacking as quickly as possible, then you just start lost zoning things with Flying Pikachu, and they're having a bad time. So that's like your Regigigas. And usually Regigigas is only playing like one escape rope. So they have to find their escape rope and their gust. It's just very difficult to deal with it. The one Regigigas that I played against in day one, I also beat. So let's see. Let's walk through my tournament a little bit. I don't remember exactly everything. I don't write stuff down anymore. So let me try to recall as much of it as I can. I know I played against. Yeah, I should start screenshotting my, my matches or whatever. I know I played against 3 Lost Box. I played against a Lost Box round 1, and I beat it. And then I also played against an Arceus Duraludon deck with a Drapion in it, and I was able to beat that. So I started 2-0, and then I played against a Mew VMAX Mirror. Who in the group came up with the peak idea? That was me, baby. They thought I was crazy, but I said I was sending it, and there we go. and then Jesse and JW played it too. Played against Lost Box round 1, 2-0. Played against Arceus Duraludon round 2, 2-0. Played against Mew VMAX round 3, and it just came down to judge path stuff. And in game 3, in game 3, I had one more knockout to take, and I got Roxanne Path to 2, and I got Roxanne Path into Boss's Orders, but my opponent had Oricorio down, so I needed Mew with a damage modifier and the Boss's Orders to win, so I didn't have it, and my opponent had the game-winning gust. So really, Mew VMAX mirrors, it doesn't even matter what tech cards you play, because all that matters is, does the path stick? That's all that matters in the Mew mirror, really. And sure enough, my next card was the vacuum to get rid of the path and then make the game-winning play. So that was tough. Roxanne Path, it's just a good combo. So it can be tough to draw out of that. I had Choice Belt on my Mew VMAX, right? So that all I would have needed was Boss's Orders to win the game, but my opponent had Vacuum and double cross switcher for a bench Genesect and Roxanne and Path. They literally had everything. So it was just like, it was an unfortunate round 3. So after round 3, I played against, I want to say Regigigas. No, it was actually my tie round. I think after round 3, I played against another Lost Box and tied it, which was brutal. And so then I went into lunch at 2-1-1. Yes, that is exactly what happened. And then coming back from lunch, I played against Regigigas, and I beat it. And then, so I went to 3-1-1. I 2-0'd the Regigigas deck. That was chill. Thank you, Geek Daddy, for the Prime sub. And then round 6, I played against War Turtle here in the chat playing Vikavolt, and they whiffed a key knockout game 1, and I was able to win that one. Then they were able to win game 2, a long game 2, and then game 3 didn't conclude, so it was a tie. And then after that, so that was another tie. That was really tough because at that point, what was I like So I went into lunch at 2-1-1. Then I was 3-1-1. Then did I go to 3-1-2? God, that just seems terrible. It was brutal. I was like, all right, I pretty much have to win out, right? And win out I did. I played against another Lost Box, and I won. I played against a Lugia, and I won. And then I played against something else. So there we go. So I won out from that point on. Oh, and you guys, so I played against 2 Lugias in a Lost Box, and I beat them all. Something like that. So the Lugia matchup, and then my winning in round was streamed, actually. My opponent, really nice guy, Sammy, unfortunately wasn't able to get his Archeops out because I was just judging and pathing, and that's just how you do it. So was able to beat a couple of Lugias and make it into day 2. Day 2, played against Reggie round 1, and I beat it game 1. Game 2, I was starting off really sketchy with just my opening game 2 against Reggie, first round of day 2, was 2 Mew VMAX and a pass in game 2, right? So I'm like considering a scoop, but I'm like, all right, I'll wait one more turn and to see what like the Regigigas' draw card is. And because the Regigigas deck only had 2 Reggies out. So I was like, they have kind of a slow start. We'll see how it goes. So their only draw card, sure enough, is a Marnie. So they Marnie me to 4 cards. And my 4 cards are 4 Sealstone and Ultra Ball and like one other card, right? Like a Battle VIP Pass or something. So I'm like, all right, well, I guess I'll like play this game, right? So I like slap down the 4 Sealstone. I Ultra Ball away some stuff. And I go get a Genesect, and I start drawing, and sure enough, I was able to play that game. But I did have to Ultra Ball away my Flying Pikachu in order to play that game. So, game 2 ends up getting really grindy, but I'm able to Lost Zone one of his Regigigas, and with only 2 prizes remaining, or with only 3 prizes remaining, I'm drawing through my deck, and I'm at the very end of my resources, but I need to find my final boss's orders to gust up his second Regigigas and Lost Zone it, and then I just win the game. Because I'll be able, even though I'm close to decking out, I'll be able to just Psychic Leap my Mews to just keep myself from decking out, and then eventually just knockout game. So I'm digging for the game-winning boss's orders, digging, and then it's the last card in my deck. So that was really brutal, and I was tilted at missing the last Regigigas. It was also like 9 a.m. Or I was tilted at missing the last boss's orders, which is the final card in my deck. It was also like 9 a.m. and I was just like really. So in my frustration, I promoted the wrong Mew VMAX and attacked with it. And had I promoted my less damage, I had 2 damaged Mew VMAXs. One was within range, perfect math for a Regidrago to knock out, and the other one was not. So I needed to attack with the more fresh one, but in my frustration of like having my win condition is the last card in my deck, I just like announced an attack, and I should have taken one more moment to consider which Mew I was attacking with, so that I could make the correct call. And I think that I probably could have won that game had I done that. So instead, I just am kaput out of resources, and my opponent's able to set up checkmate. So we scoop that game, and I scoop that game, and then time is called. So that was a tough one. It got away from me. It's like game 2 was like not going well, but I was fighting my way back, like tooth and nail, kind of clawing my way back into it, and I had a real opportunity to win. And I almost clinched it, but it's fine. So that was a tie. And then the rest of day 2, I played against, I think, another Lugia, and I beat it. And then I played against another Lugia. I played against Hunter Butler with Lugia and was able to beat him. So that was good. So then we were 2-0-1 on the day. And then I played against Ian Robb with Lugia, and I did not draw very well. I bricked game 2 I just had a Genesect pass. It was really bad. So I dead drew versus Ian Robb, and Ian Robb was able to beat me with Lugia. So on the weekend, I think I was 4-1 against Lugia. So that's fine. So like I said, 90-10 matchup. I beat 4 Lugias, and I lost to 1. And it was bad beats. I didn't set up very well. Ian had what he needed when he needed it. It can go that way. So I lost to Ian. Losing to Ian put me out of contention for top 8, unfortunately, at 2-1-1 on the day. But at that point, if I win out, then I will be at 33 match points and finish in the top 16. So I'm still feeling pretty good because I'm like, you know what? That happens. It's fine. I lost to 1 Lugia out of 5. It's all good. So the second to last round, I play against Control. And game 1, my opponent gets 4 Celebrations Eviltal into play. Game 1, turn 1, my opponent goes start Miltank, retreat into Gormandize Snorlax, bench 4 Celebrations Eviltal, Gormandize for 7. And I'm like, I'm dead, bro. I'm like, I'm not playing Silene. And I'm like, this is it's over. I was like, it's so over, bro. I was like, why did I not play the stupid Silene? What is wrong with me? I'm like, why am I not playing Silene? So, yeah, that was definitely the worst round to not have Silene. That felt really bad. Yo, thank you, Trippy, for those 5 gifties and the 11 total to the channel. I appreciate you, Trippy. Let's get some hype going for Trippy Witches. It's Mahover. True. That was definitely my It's Mahover moment. I was playing against Control. I was like, are you kidding me? There's probably just 1 Control player. Yeah, appreciate you, Trippy. Thank you. Yeah, I was like, there's probably 1 Control player in the room, and here I am, having to win out, playing against him. So, game 1, I prize 1 double turbo. So I have to take 6 prizes with 3 energy. It's like, that scene from Apollo 13 where, they're trying to fit the one thing into the other thing, and it's just like, all right, it's like, I need to take, there's 4, thank you, Scott Pete, for the prime sub. I'm like, there's 4 Celebrations Eviltal in play, and I need to take 6 prizes with 3 energy. So I'm just doing a lot of judging. I'm like, judge, knockout, Celebrations Eviltal. All right, down 1 energy. Judge, knockout. All right, Celebrations Eviltal, down another energy. Judge, and then I pass for a turn because I don't have the double turbo because I'm running low on them, right? And then finally, my opponent, in order to have to set up more because of the judging, has to bench an Eldegoss, right? And uses Eldegoss. So I'm like, okay, cool. So I'll go for the Eldegoss and take 2 prizes on it. And if I take 2 prizes on it and find my 4th double turbo, maybe I can figure. I didn't have access to my big parasol that game either because it was also prized. So I was like, all right, if I can. And the big parasol's a big deal. But I didn't know, my opponent's list was just their own homebrew, so I didn't even know how many lost vacuums they played. So the big parasol was like a questionable fix because I didn't know, maybe they played 2 lost vacuum or something and we'll just remove it as soon as they, or maybe they boss and then can Eviltal. So the parasol is big, but, maybe they play escape rope and they just escape rope and then Eviltal. So the parasol is not a full fix, right? It's just a temporary fix. So then I go for the knockout on the Eldegoss, take the knockout, don't find the double turbo energy, and I scoop. So I'm like, okay, that's fine. I learned during game 1, I learned what my opponent's deck was doing because really, I didn't know the counts of cards in my opponent's deck. I didn't know what kind of deck they were playing. I didn't know what their main strategy was going to be. I was kind of figuring it all out as I went. So game 2, I'm like, okay, I'm going to play much more carefully. I'm going to go prioritize getting my big parasol. I'm going to set it up, and I'm going to continue with the judge strategy because obviously that's just the best thing you could do. They Gormandize, you judge. So game 2, I'm getting in there real fast. Judge, parasol, knockout. And my opponent was never able to remove my parasol. So I was like, whoa, that's insane. Either they like prize their vacuums. My parasol just stuck entire game 2. So with big parasol, it makes it so that so long as the Pokemon you have in the active has the parasol on it, then your Pokemon are immune to all effects of your opponent's Pokemon's attacks. So Celebration's Eviltal can't bump the energy so long as you have big parasol on it. And Miltank is not a problem either because you could just max Miracle, right? So game 2 was a breeze because they never bumped the parasol. And then I heard my opponent talking to his friends after our match, and he had said that in game 2, his Lost Vacuum was prized. So he was only playing one copy of Lost Vacuum, which he would have had to find while I'm judging him, and he prized it. So I was able to get away with it in game 2. Big parasol stuck, and we just got in there. And then game 3, my opponent opens a Snorlax, but not the Gormandize one, the other one that does 150 damage. I'm not sure why he was playing that. It might have been to attack some things that were problematic. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe it was like to just help remove like a threat or something like that. So the 180 one, not the 150. 180. The one that has 150 hit points, does 180 damage. That one is 150 hit points, is what I'm thinking of. Yeah. Had the unfazed fat one. That one's got a retreat cost of 4. It's to help against Luminian Loop. Oh, that makes sense. See, so I knew it was there for a reason. I'm just not a control player, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure that card doesn't matter against me. So you played in control for Miltank outs and a knockout Archeops. There you go. Right, exactly. So it's like that. It's there for that. But he opens it. And the thing is, that thing's got a 4 retreat cost, and he benches 1 Eviltal and 1 Regieleki, the one that gets the trainers back, and passes. So I'm like, all right, my opponent started that, and I decide not to judge turn 1 because they didn't Gormandize. So I'm like, all right, their hand is only a couple of cards because they didn't Gormandize. So I'm like, I'll save my judges for if my opponent's able to get into a Gormandize Snorlax, right? So I just end up using Serena, draw a big hand, get set up, and pass. And then my opponent reveals that they have a dead hand and doesn't play a supporter turn 2. So at that point, I'm like, okay. And I remove, I quick ball away a judge, and I'm like, I don't need this anymore. And I'm just going to go knockout game. My opponent was just kind of fumbling, trying to stabilize, but was never able to find a supporter, never able to Gormandize. And I pretty much just went, pedal to the metal, knockout, game over. So they dead drew game 3, but that's exactly what Mew VMAX does best. Mew VMAX, I really believe, is the most consistent deck in the format. It draws more cards, so it's less likely to do that. I did have some games where I went Genesect pass or Mew pass or whatever. So it happens to every deck, but I do feel like it happens to Mew less than other decks. So my opponent couldn't Gormandize because they never found one. Thank you, James, for that raid of 25. And James, did I see that you top 16'd Bacchum? Congratulations to James. I think we both top 16'd our respective regionals this weekend. So good stuff. Good stuff. Congrats on your top 16, James, and welcome everybody from the raid. Just going over my Mew list that I played to top 16 as well. So going into my final round, I'm at 30 match points, and I'm like, all right, if I win, pretty much guaranteed top 16. If I lose, I'm pretty much guaranteed top 64. So losing would have been not cool because, you know, you want the $500, you want the championship points. Top 64, not what I want. In order to qualify for the World Championships in North America, you need 350 championship points. That's an average of top 32 for 6 regionals. Just to give you an idea, regional championships in North America have on average 1,000 plus players. So in order to qualify for Worlds, you need to go to 6 regionals, and you need to finish on average in the top 32 out of over 1,000 players. That's just what it takes this year. If you ain't doing that, you're probably not going to Worlds. Straight up. So far this season, I've got 1 top 64, I've got 2 top 32s, and I've got 1 top 16. So my top 16 and my top 64 counter each other out and basically count as the top 32. But then, so now I have 2 top 16s. But before this, I had 1. Yeah, but before this, I only had 1. So, yeah, thank you, Dave, for the 500 bits. I appreciate you. Thank you. So, going into this regional, I had 1 top 16, I had 2 top 32s, and I had a top 64. Yo, Arheeb with the 5 gifties, 183 total to the channel. Yo, thank you so much, Arheeb, for the love. Let's get some hype going for Arheeb in the chat. I was never going to ID my last round. I was always going to try and play for top 16. Always. So, going into my last round, I'm like, I'm definitely going to play. I want to finish top 16. I want that $500 for sure. Even though getting 13th place out of 1,150 players feels like maybe we should be doing more than $500, but that's fine. It's fine. It's totally cool. It's fine. Feels like maybe, you know, you should be able to pay for a flight. You know, maybe you should be able to pay for a flight if you finish 13th out of, out of 1,150 players. That's fine. That's fine. So, anyways, going into my final round, I'm playing against Mew VMAX. So, my opponent is playing Mew VMAX Aerodactyl, and I am playing Mew VMAX Flying Pikachu. Aerodactyl can be kind of scary because in the mirror they can set it up going first, but I also think it's just kind of a silly strategy. The Aerodactyl stinks, straight up. You don't need it. I was 4-1 against Lugia. Lifetime, Mew VMAX versus Lugia, I think I'm 9-1. Literally 9-1. What do you need that for? Like, I can't imagine. And then, spoiler alert, I beat the Mew VMAX Aerodactyl deck in my winning in to top 16 because I was able to judge path better. So that's just what it is. Thank you, Dave, for the 5 gifties and the 86 total gifts to the channel. Appreciate you, Dave. Thank you, Schmegtastic, for the 500 bits. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. So yeah, I think the Aerodactyl is not very good. You don't need it for Lugia. Like I said, 90-10 matchup. And you don't need it for the Mew VMAX Mirror, so I just don't really know what you need it for at all, right? Just disrupt the hand and play path. It's that easy. So I'm playing against Mew VMAX Aerodactyl in the finals, and then or not in the finals, in my final round, and I win game 1, game 2, they set up first and they win, and then game 3, and they stick a path, right? And then game 3, I'm going first, and I draw out all my cards, set up perfectly, put down path, and they just can't do anything, right? So literally, like, that's just a win con in the mirror, is you just go first and you're like, draw, path. And then it's like, if they just don't have a path counter in their opening hand, you're like, okay. And it's like, cool, I've literally got a Mew VMAX. I'll go knockout, right? And then I don't even counter the path. I just had everything I needed in my hand. So I'm just like, evolved a Mew VMAX, knockout. And then they're just like passing, and it's just game over, right? So I cannot express enough how good Paths of the Peak is as a card. It's just like one of the best cards in the format right now. And finishing day 2 at 33 match points put me at 13th place overall. So that was great. Plus $500, plus 80 championship points, and one step closer to the world champion, with the world championship invites. Thank you, Pokevon, for the 200 bits. I only need 20 more points for an invite, so that's like top 256 at something. If I finish top 256, I'll get my invite to the World Championships. All we got to do is just tap it in. That's right. And I was lucky enough to be the top Mew VMAX placement at the Knoxville Regional Championship, so that felt pretty good as well. Just a deck that I really like to play. I felt like the Mew was the Flying Pikachu worth it? Like, I don't know. It was a good call for the day because it was a good call for the weekend because it allowed me to just kind of like beat some Lost Box decks that I might not have beat otherwise. So that was nice, but I didn't use it at all during day 2. So thank you, Gravebeard, for the Prime sub. So I felt like Flying Pikachu was kind of just like a cute tech that helped me to get past some bad matchups day 1, and then I didn't have to play against them day 2. So that was nice. And it could have come in clutch against the Regigigas that I played, but I unfortunately was not able to set it up versus the Regigigas day 2 that I played round 1. So I wasn't mad it was there. You know, it was fine. Mew is just a broken deck. So it just is what you can play Mew with like a cute tech card in it, and you're still just playing a Mew deck, you know? Did I miss Oricorio or Cross Switcher? So Oricorio is tough. Oricorio made it very easy for Lugias to take knockouts on my Mew VMAXs. That's for sure. And also made it so that in the Mew VMAX mirror, it my opponent didn't necessarily have to hit Gust every time because they could do 3 Power Tablet and a Choice could knock out a Mew VMAX. So it was a little sussy not having Oricorio, but it also totally rocked because you just always had your board position was pretty much always 3 Mew and 3 Genesect, which just owns, you know? When this is your board state, you're invincible, right? Like, this is just what you want, bro. Oops, what did I say? Yeah, anyways. This is pretty much, this is gorgeous. You hate having not that. Because when you don't have that Mew, then you can't Psychic Leap. Also, you can't do funny things where, like, this Mew takes a hit, this Mew takes a hit, then your rocks, then you're like, Judge, and then you're in with like a fresh Mew, right? So being able to have this board with 3 Genesects drawing is like very good. And then finally, when a Mew does go down and you're down to 2 remaining, then you could bust out Genesect number 4 and you're pretty much at unlimited power. You're just like, oh, I'm cooking, dude. I'm drawing so many cards. Also, Oricorio can be a liability. It can. I mean, it only gives up 1 prize, and it's only got, 90 hit points or something. So, there can be plays where, Amazing Raikou knock out Oricorio, and you're like, oh, that's terrible. So, knockouts were definitely slightly easier for my opponents to get, but also I don't think that missing Oricorio mattered. I don't. I don't think it really mattered at all. I think that, not having Oricorio, totally fine. Tell you what card was kind of broken, though. The best part about playing Flying Pikachu, low-key, was having this card in the deck. This was sick. Yes. Yeah, this card rocked. Jesse and I were joking. You pretty much always find somebody off of this. There was a game I prized 2 Genesects, and usually when you prize 2 Genesects, you're just having a bad time. You're like, dude, this is so cringe, right? I mean, if you play Mew, You know that prizing 2 Genesect is terrible. And that sometimes even, having 1 Genesect prize is terrible. So pretty much having like the option to just go get it was always nice, especially since we weren't playing Oricorio. So you kind of needed to have Max Mews and Genesects available. Like there's only 8 Fusion Strike Pokemon in the deck. So you had to have the Hisuian Heavy Ball to make sure that you always had access to all 8 of those dudes. For sure. So that was really nice. Not playing cross switchers. Tell you what, that did not matter. Yeah, the cross switchers, I cannot... I thought I was really, really going to miss cross switchers. That stuff do not matter. In a weird way, cross switchers also just jam your hands. There's times where you just can't draw because you're like, or how many times do you just have double cross switcher in your hand and like, I have to play this now. Like I have to play the double cross switcher because it's jamming my hand, right? So actually it was kind of a relief not to have them, if I'm being completely honest. And then without the cross switcher, Silene wasn't played because usually when I Silene, I'm Silening for a cross switcher, right? So, right, or you toss cross switcher for a Cramomatic or something. So not having cross switchers was actually fine. I thought it would bother me a lot, but it didn't really. So yeah, 1 choice belt was sus. Yeah, I'll tell you that. That didn't feel good. that was it didn't feel great, but it's fine. Like, can you live with 1 choice belt? Sure. Yeah, it's fine. You're gonna have a hard time knocking out Lugias, and even sometimes you have a hard time knocking out Genesect Vs on your opponent's bench when they have an Oricorio out. So yeah, that was a little annoying, but ultimately, the results speak for themselves. The results speak for themselves. I was 4-1 against Lugia. I was 2-0-1 against Lost Box. I was 1-1 in the Mew VMAX Mirror. You might say that my list doesn't look very prepped for the Mirror. Cool. I was 50-50 on it. So, like, is that exactly what you expect a Mirror to be? Pretty much, right? Especially when the Mew VMAX Mirrors mostly come down to just, like, pathing and praying. So yeah, my only losses were I lost 1 Mew VMAX Mirror and I lost to 1 of the 5 Lugia decks that I played. So it was pretty good. All in all, I was very pleased with how the deck went. So that is my Knoxville tournament run. Plus $500, plus 80 championship points. And we're cruising 330 out of 350 points right now, and I only need 20 more points to secure the invite. So that's nice. But again, it is a pretty tough. It's a pretty tough invite to get this year because there's no locals. Now, there was some cool stuff that happened this weekend. Well, first of all, there's a lot to talk about today, actually. There's quite a bit to talk about. Lugia won a whole bunch of stuff. Lugia won an expanded tournament in Japan. It won the Bacum Regional Championships, and it won the Knoxville Regional Championships. Lugia, baby! Yeah, thanks, Dave. I appreciate that. Thank you, Brett, for the Prime sub. Did I see Japanese players talking on Twitter about GLC after seeing it on stream? No, I didn't. Did that happen? Do you have links? So, yes, we've got a lot to talk about. Of course I'm not freshly shaved. Dude, I got in from Knoxville last night at 1 a.m. It's a miracle that I'm live right now. To be perfectly honest. Yeah, I actually have had quite a long weekend. Yo. All right, what do we got? Translate tweet. Isn't this too good? The atmosphere of Pokeka is fun. What is Pokeka? Is that mean Pokemon? What does that mean? I've seen that before. All right, and then what's Jake Gearhart saying? I'm from the United States, so I'm wondering if the Gym Leader Challenge is famous in Japan. I think it's not well known in Japan, and it's a fun rule, and I hope it becomes more popular. Me too! Huh. It means Pokemon card. Oh, okay. Pokeka equals Pokemon card. Is this the same link? You've seen Gym Leader Challenge at a local card shop in Japan? That's sick. Need to translate your Gym Leader Challenge site to Japanese or feed it to Google Translate? Thank you, Yotam, for the sub and the 19 months. That's cool. Dang, let's go. What's this? It's good because it's like this. True. Is it a tournament with only type unified decks? Looks interesting. Yo, thank you, Nathan. Let's go. Getting in there. It's a nice suggestion. That's dope. This got 350 likes. Anybody know what that says? Yo, this Water Gym Leader Challenge deck looks sick. There's like... Oh, you can't see... Where? Oh, my God. You can't see the screen at all? Oh, here. I thought of it. Dang it, dude. I thought that you guys had been able to see it the whole time. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, listen, been a long weekend. Well, I think... Yeah, this was dope. And then there's a whole conversation happening here in Japanese. This got 350 likes. So that was awesome. Oh yeah, no chance. Those are not going to be standard legal cards. There's no way they make it into Gym Leader Challenge. It's just broke. A tool card that makes your Charizard do 100 more damage. I mean, I don't know. I guess you never say never, all right? Oh, you can see my messages? Yeah, my messages were up. Yeah, I probably want to hide those. But it's not like there's anything crazy going on in there. Yeah, the celebration cards aren't late. These look sick, though. All right, so we'll get into that. Okay, let's go to Poke Beach. Let's go to the beach. Beach. All right. A lot of new stuff during the Pokemon Presents this morning at 9 a.m. Everybody thought they were getting Red and Blue on the Nintendo Switch. Sorry. That's right. Denied. You thought. No chance. All right, Worlds 2023 will take place at the Pacifico Yokohama Convention Center in Yokohama, Japan. Some fans predicted this because the convention center has hosted Japanese TCG events in the past. The event will take place from August 11th to 13th. And this is your artwork. That's pretty dope. We've got Pikachu, Noodles, Big Whale Guy. Cool. Munchlax chasing the dude here. Yeah, that's fun. It's fun. What's not to like about this? Very cute. Extremely cute. Tropical beach. That's what I'm saying. It's looking like a tropical beach, kind of. I'm manifesting. All right. I love the 4 seasons. Like, look at that. You got the spring, you got the summer, you got the fall. I love that. I guess 3 seasons represented here. That's cool. What better way to introduce a new generation than with Tropical Beach? I'm going to manifest Tropical Beach. It's going to be a thing. And we finally got dates, August 11th to 13th. All right. So I'll have to plan that trip. Pokemon Concierge. During today's Pokemon Direct, the Pokemon Company announced it's partnering with Netflix to produce a new stop-motion show called Pokemon Concierge. A short teaser showed Psyduck walking across the sandy beach of a resort. The show will take place at a paradise-style resort and see various Pokemon visiting. The main character is a concierge named Haru. According to Netflix, the show's stories will be inspired by the comics, anime, and Pokemon fan contributions. The show will be produced by Dwarf Studio, which is known both domestically and internationally for its stop-motion animation. No release date has been announced yet. This is wonderful. I think this is great. Look how freaking cute this is, dude. Like, I love this. When I talk about the art in the Pokemon franchise, this is what I'm talking about. Like, art. Pokemon is nothing without the art, okay? It's nothing. Pokemon is nothing without the art. This looks exceptional. It looks so cool. I love stop motion. I mean, think about how many cool stop motion projects there are. Nightmare Before Christmas, a classic, right? That entire movie is stop motion. Wallace and Gromit. Gumby, bro. Gumby. There's some incredible... Yeah, Coraline. Yes, there's some incredible stop motion work out there. Yes, and it is very time consuming. It is. But the results are beautiful. You can't... Chicken Run. True. You can't... Yeah, Fantastic Mr. Fox. You can't replicate that any other way. It's like, yes, it takes so much time and dedication, but then that passion really comes through. The results are just magical, you know? Thanks, Duskflyer, for the Prime sub. That's sick. Love it. That's going to be dope. You know, I don't see myself using Pokemon Sleep, but that's cool. I'm excited for you if you're excited about it's not for me. You know, I don't health tracker. Some people really like health tracking and data and all that. I'm just trying to live my life, you know. I just want personally, I want less gadgets and things. I want to spend less time on my phone. I want to spend less time on my gadgets. I just want to spend more time with people and the people around me, not looking at my phone. So that's cool and all, but it's just not for me. Yeah. It's funny. It's funny to me that they spend so much time working on this, but that's cool. Yeah, knock yourself out. Pokemon Sleep. There you go. New Paradox Pokemon. All right. We've got... You never thought Suicune was going to look like this. That's for sure. Were these... Nah, Brandon, I bet there's got to be some like eventual like retaliating or revoking of the digitization of everything, right? That like eventually, I think it's gonna come with. I think the beginning of like the drawing of the line, like culturally, is gonna happen with the metaverse. I am a metaverse denier, and I don't think that we as a society are gonna go that way. I don't think that the metaverse is gonna suck us in. That's why I'm holding the line. The metaverse ain't it. That's what I'm saying. It's not it. The metaverse is like the total dystopic like digitization of the future, like Ready Player One. Yeah, absolutely no way. That's what I'm saying. The metaverse isn't going to happen. So that gives me some faith in humanity. All right? I think virtual reality is, dude, you guys know what year the Virtual Boy came out? Ain't nobody talking about the Virtual Boy, all right? They keep trying to make this the future, dude. It's never going to happen. Nobody wants to put video goggles on, all right? Nobody wants to do this. Like, why would you? And real life is pretty sick, honestly. As is being able to see the things around you. And interact with the things around you. I don't know. Brandon says, my friend and I went to Funko Land to try that the day the displays came out, and he puked in the store. It's just, I can't imagine wanting to put a headset on and like escape reality like that. Like, nah, I'm cool. I actually am like the opposite. I like playing a tabletop game to interact more with the people around me, right? It's like the exact opposite of the direction that I'm trying to go. Like, I'm trying to play tabletop games to have fun with the people in my current vicinity. That's what I as a tabletop game enjoyer, this stuff makes me nauseous. So, anyways, yeah, I don't think that that's the future. I think that there's limits. Now, what I think Pokemon Go, one of the things that made Pokemon Go so successful is that it blends like real life with the digital, right? That's the magic of Pokemon Go, is that it actually gets you out and about, right? Like, yeah, you're on your little screen, but you're also out visiting places and doing things, and like, it's just better. It's cool. Yeah, that's augmented reality. That's dope, right? That's cool because like it actually interacts with like the real world. So that's fun. But then like escaping the real world to go into some gamer, some gamer circle of Dante's Inferno, like absolutely not. Yeah, that just sounds disgusting. So Soda King says VR is just reading books for nerds. No, reading books is sick. VR is not. Yeah, reading books is dope. I don't know. But anyways, Suicune. What do you guys think about Suicune? I can't believe that Meta is investing all their millions and millions and millions of dollars into the into VR. It just seems like terrible business. It seems like a terrible business decision. Like, Meta can't be like doing well, right? It's literally billions of dollars into the universe, right? Into the metaverse, right? Like that cannot be a good decision, right? All right. Suicune Tyrannosaurus Rex. I need to know in the chat. Are you Suicune T-Rex mode? Hot or not? I need to know, is it hot or is it not? How do you feel about Suicune T-Rex mode? We've got a vote going on in the chats. 62% say hot. 39%, 60-40 matchup. It's getting closer. 55-45. Oh, the knots are rallying, but the hots clapping back up to 58% to 42. This is a runoff. All right, let's give you more angles of T-Rex Suicune while we're here. Okay, in 3D. The 3D sprites just don't do it for me, bro. I'm telling you, I don't know. Something about the game in 3D. Pokemon look better in 2D. They just always have. Anyways. From the game. Pokemon look better in 2D. 100%. %58 of the vote saying hot. And it looks like, wow, 56 to 44. Very close. Brady Botner coming in to say that this is the best alternate form of a Pokemon they've ever done. And the Hots have it. 56%, 75 to 59 votes at 44%. 56% Hot, 44% not. Brady, the coolest alternate form they've ever done. I'm actually in the middle. I think he's all right. I don't think he's totally not. I don't think he's totally hot. I think it's fine. I think dude is kind of cool. He's kind of gnarly. They took Suicune and then they upped its gnarly factor like a lot. I think it's like gnarly Suicune. And I kind of rock with that. I was trying not to upset the vote. I wanted to see where you guys landed. Yeah. Yeah, he's like gnarly Suicune. Because regular Suicune is not very... Suicune's safe to Google, right? Come on. Just don't scroll, right? All right. Suicune... Suicune is like very nice, lovely looking. And then you amp it up to gnarly mode and you get this. I respect that. Regular Suicune, elegant. Ancient Suicune, gnarly. I think it's kind of cool. Suicune is like, whoa, comparing Suicune and Vaporeon, I guess it's true. It's kind of like, but this dude's got its own, I kind of like its headpiece is kind of gnarly. This guy's kind of sick, honestly. Like, what did you expect an alternate Suicune to look like? What did you expect an alternate ancient Suicune to look like? Ionios, you're making up fake lore right now, right? Yeah, you're making up fake lore, Ionios. That ain't real. All right. Now let's talk about... There's no way. Ho-Oh toasted the... All right. Future Virizian's sick, though. This thing goes hard. What's it called? Walking Wake is Water Dragon and Iron Leaf. I like Iron Leaves. Okay. What about Iron Leaves? Hot or not? There you go. Yeah, 2 minutes. 2 minutes to vote on Iron Leaves. Let me hear it. What do you think of Iron Leaves? The new form of Virizion. Excuse me. It has blades that come out of its... I know. Look at that. We got a similar runoff going with Iron Leaves, about 60% hot, 40% not. All the future dudes being iron is not cool. I think the future dudes being iron whatever is pretty cool. Why not? What would you have named it? Virizion from the future. Virizibot. Trevor, is he bot? We should have just put bots at the name. Brady has spoken. Cool that they are all iron, but down to leave iron out of the name. Listen, it's unfair to look at the 3D models because, listen, you already know. Like I said, Pokemon look best. Pokemon are at their best in 2D. And also, who cares about the 3D models? Nobody cares about the 3D models because the only thing that matters is the Pokemon trading card game. Thank you. So here we are. And it looks like the Hots have it. 58% to 42%. Okay. And realistically, we're going to get some beautiful, like, rendition of this in the cards for sure. So we'll get something that looks sick. We're going to get some artistic rendition. 58% hot. I think it's dope. Yeah, I think that the new forms are cool. Sure. Now, will I play the DLC? I don't know. It'd take a lot. It'd take a lot to get me back in Paldea, I think. I'm not sure that the lure of a T-Rex, you don't need the DLC for them. They are raids that go live today. All right, will this get me to boot up my Switch again? No, it will not. Yeah, it's not doing it for me. So I think the Pokemon are cool. I can't wait for them to come out with cards, but like I'm not going to say that I'm going to boot up the old Switch and try to catch them or whatever. I'm cool on it. All right, now these guys are the DLC guys. That's what I'm saying. I'm just in the Tears of the Kingdom waiting room right now. Like I'm cool. I'm gonna just be playing my Emerald version on my Game Boy SP. I'm working on Majora's Mask for the 3DS remake. I'm working on that right now. Those are the two games that I'm playing currently. All right. During today's Pokemon Presents, a new DLC for Pokemon Scarlet and Violet was announced. The DLC is called Hidden Treasure of Area Zero and will release in two parts. The first part, the Teal Mask, releases in fall, while the second part, Indigo Disc, releases in the winter. That's cool. DLC introduces a new land, a new school, the Blueberry Academy, and several new Pokemon. Fazandipiti, Monkidori, Okidogi, and Terrapagos. Additionally, Pokemon from the previous entries in the franchise will also become... Yes, okay, cool. Yo, look at you. That's kind of a cool dude. Wow. Wow, look at you. The Mask. Okay. Monkidori. Whoa, look at you. He's nice. Whoa. Look at him. He's nice. Wow, he's a cool turtle. Look at that. A turtle with all the types on its shell. Dang, Brady's a hater. Oh, these guys are cool. He's nice. All right, he's a turtle. Yeah, the turtle is cool. He's got all the types on his shell. That's nice. All right, and I'm going to find one more guy that's cool. Him. He's cool. Y'all are haters. You're haters on this guy. This guy is dope. You're haters. You are a hater, dude. You know, he's going to be best friends with my Unova monkeys. I'm just saying. Right. I'm just saying he's going to be best friends with the Unova monkeys. And you guys are all Unova monkey haters, but many of us have seen the light and know that the Unova monkeys are actually cool. I suspect that this guy will have a similar trajectory. Yeah, this guy is gonna go real well with the Unova monkeys. He'll fit right in. Look, he's got little sandals on. Thank you, Market Dimly Lit, for the Prime sub and the 4 months. Appreciate you. Look at his little sandals. It's nice. And we got Carmine, with the hair kind of swooshing over the nose. Oh, both these guys got it. And Kieran also got the hair swooshing over the nose. I love the character design in the Pokemon franchise, honestly. They always do a great job with Pokemon characters. That's very cool. Love that. Now, how do we feel about this? How do we feel about DLC in general? And don't tell me that you don't want to spend more money on the game. Games take a long time to produce. It just is what it is. But how do we feel about, like, don't talk to me about the money side. I'm going to have to pay $40. Like, whatever, dude. Who cares? All right, now, what about... Listen, yeah, as trading card game players, you have to pay people for games. We know that. That's just the way it is. This costs less than an Elite Trainer box. Trading card game players will be like, yeah, let me get 3 of them ETBs, but also DLC. What the heck? I have to pay $30? Yeah, let me get a... Yeah, just buy 1 less ETB and get the DLC. So true. Right. Well, I think that... I don't know. It's like the gaming industry is changing quite a bit. It's like it used to be... I mean, there was a huge crunch to hit deadlines, and then sometimes unfinished games just had to get shipped, or there were just delays, right? That's just kind of the reality of gaming. Because, like, problems happen. Like, how do you finish a game? I mean, it's so tough, right? Because there's always things that come up, glitches, all that. You know, quality testing can only do so much. So, on one hand, in the era of patching games and DLC, you have this like kind of weird question of like, when are the games actually finished? What is the complete Scarlet and Violet product, right? Like, what is the complete game? Is the game that, because is the game complete with all of its patches? Is the cartridge that you bought not the complete game? That's why I don't even like buying the cartridges anymore, because that's not the complete game. So that's what I don't like. I like old cartridges. Pokemon Emerald is a game that exists perfectly on that cartridge. You put it into the Game Boy, that is the game, right? Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver are games that exist completely on that little cartridge, and that's the entire game. You put it in, you play it, right? But now you have more like living titles, right? Where a game is released. I agree with that, Brady. Yes, I'll get to that point. Now you have games that are more like living games, where a game is released but then updated over the course of the next couple of years until a new game is released. So it's like, Yeah, so the game doesn't have to be complete when it's when it's released anymore, which is yeah, games as a service. Right. Basically, yes. So games don't have to be a complete product when they're released anymore. It also plays really well into the Pokemon timeline because Pokemon wants to release something new every year. So what DLC allows them to do is instead of, they used to make remakes, right? And like, so you'd have like Black and White and then Black and White 2. It was like, instead of having DLC, it was just an entirely new game in the same region. Basically an updated game in the same region, which frankly was kind of silly. I'm glad they don't do that anymore because I never bought those games. I always skipped. I was like, why do I need Black and White 2? I got Black and White. Like, why would I? I never bought that game. I was like, it's the same game. Whatever. Emerald is one of those games, but I never played Ruby and Sapphire. So Black and White 2. I don't like Black and White. I don't like how the game looks. I think the 3D looks corny. I hate going into that big city and then you've got like the flat little 3D guys walking around trying to look 3D. For me, Black and White was the beginning of the end. That's right. I said it. It was the beginning of the end, guys. Go into what's the main city in Black and White called? Nope. What's the main city called? Castelia. All right. Nah, bro. This is the beginning of the end for me. It was trying too hard to be 3D. Sure, the music, fine. But like, it's trying so hard to be 3D. And I think like the games just didn't need to, like, and then the changing camera angles, like, was this game for the DS or the 3DS? It was for the DS. Sure, I'm not saying that it's a bad game, but what I'm saying is that it's the beginning of the end. Because this is when they started trying to go 3D. They started trying to go 3D, and they should have never done it. Because look at where we are now. All I'm saying is that this was my least favorite part of any Pokemon game that I'd ever played on the DS, was traversing this city. This was the worst part out of any Pokemon game I've ever played, was trying to walk around this city. Up until this point. I hated it. It looks bad. It just looks bad. Doesn't look good. Of course you might like the game. I'm arguing that this does not hold up. So badbuilds.com says the big city in X and Y is substantially worse. As I said, the beginning of the end. As I said, it's... Sure. Okay, so the overworld of Black and White was not great. As someone who's an artist, the overworld matters a lot to me. The vibes, when I'm playing, the vibes matter a lot, okay? The vibes are everything when you're playing a Pokemon game. Thank you, Dizzy Nitrum, for the tier 1 sub. The vibes are why I won't go back to Scarlet and Violet. It's because of the vibes. The vibes are jacked. Yeah, King Jester says, you spend like 75% of your time playing Pokemon in the overworld. The overworld is everything. All right, what's like a... What's like the, what's a major city in Heart Gold, Soul Silver? Goldenrod. Please don't talk. He's going to talk for sure. All right. That's just the song. All right. I just want like a little walk around. All right.
Hey, what's up, everyone? It's Guillotine Jumps here.
Also talking. Can I just get like a vibe? Like... Just mute the talking. That's probably what we're going to do. Thank you, Secluded Loaf, for the Prime sub.
Be like,
This game was... I know a lot of people have very fond memories of Gold and Silver. Gold and Silver was the first time that you could actually carry a... Pokemon behind you. Well, not the first time. First time Pokemon Yellow was, but I felt like Gold and Silver, you know, like, yes, they're going with more of this like kind of 3D model thing, but they don't try to, you know, thank you, Constantinos, for the Prime sub. They don't try to like mess you up with the camera angles too much. They still keep things in this kind of like angled down. You could tell that they are trying to go more. It's like they always were going to go more 3D. I do kind of like the look of this game. It's cute. I like Pokemon Pearl version. Oh, not the remake though. I don't think that yeah, I don't know how I feel about the chibi stuff. I don't think that this was like necessarily it for me personally. I like that they were trying something different. You know, I respect that they're trying something different. I like that they kept it in, like, you know, the perspective or whatever, like the 3/4 perspective. It was fine. It was like a fine remake. I think it was fine. You know, if you just wanted a faithful remake, that's pretty much exactly what it was. So... Yeah, it was just literally like Diamond and Pearl on the Switch. But Emerald. Now that. Now we're gaming. Yeah, now we're gaming. Just saying. This is hype. Get the trumpets out. So true. Now this is some fire. We get nicknames? No nicknames? Dang, what the heck? But I understand that things, you can't just, well, don't say can't, because you can. But, I mean, look at Minecraft, right? Minecraft's graphics are just, I feel like that's kind of like the, Minecraft is just Minecraft, right? It just is Minecraft. It just looks like Minecraft. So I think with Minecraft just looks like Minecraft, you know? Stardew Valley just looks like Stardew Valley. Animal Crossing just looks like Animal Crossing. Now, I think that with Pokemon, there is this kind of like identity crisis. Not crisis, but there's kind of like a visual identity like up in the air right now. Like, what does a Pokemon game look like? For a lot of people, it looks like this. For a lot of people, it looks like it does on the DS games. For some people, a Pokemon game looks like Sword and Shield. You know, a Pokemon game looks like Legends Arceus. Or a Pokemon game looks like Scarlet and Violet. That's just what a Pokemon game looks like. But they have these different directions. I mean, and other franchises do this as well. You know, what does a Zelda game look like? At this point, we have a lot of different definitions of what a Zelda game looks like. Right? We have 2D Zelda games. We've got cute Zelda games like Wind Waker. We've got realistic Zelda games like Twilight Princess. And we've got the kind of halfway between cute and realistic like we do with Breath of the Wild. So I think experimentation and exploration is good and healthy, right? And everybody's going to have their own favorite. And you even get that in the Zelda franchise as well. You got a lot of people who, like, you know, are big defenders of, like, the 2D games, the Zelda games. It felt like those were peak. You've got people who are super big defenders of the N64 games. They're like, those are the peak. You got people who are real Twilight Princess heads. Okay. I'm not exactly sure where I fall. Like, the best Zelda look? Dang. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of them. I love Wind Waker. I wish Pokemon... I wish Pokemon would do a Wind Waker. That's what I want. Yeah. I want Pokemon to do this style, Like, I feel like this style would look so good on a Pokemon game. Like, this would just be it. You know? Make it 3D, but make it cartoony. You know? Because then, like, look, things can still be creepy. Cell shading's timeless. That's exactly what I'm saying. Cell shading is timeless. It holds up. I don't know. I think that this art style would look phenomenal on a Pokemon game, in my opinion. This is like the dream for me. I feel like this, like, I don't know what, like, why did we not see more cell shaded games? Even if you look at Tears of the Kingdom, right? Even if you look at Tears of the Kingdom, like, Zelda still is doing, like, this is not, they still have a stylized look. It's granted, it's gorgeous, you know, but it's still, it's kind of like this pseudo cell shaded style, except instead of looking like, you know, a little, you know, chibi cartoon, you got a more fully like fleshed out adult, you know, looking Link, you know. Schmegtastic, that's exactly what I'm saying. And Nintendo has always pushed that envelope with graphical creativity. They've never been a company to just say, like, oh, it needs to be as photorealistic as possible. That's never been Nintendo's shtick. So I think when the thing about going 3D is that 3D has to be done in a way that fits the vibes of whatever franchise you're working with. So I think for a lot of people, and for me, the new 3D look of the Pokemon games doesn't have the same charm as the older pixelated versions. Whereas these new Zelda games feel extremely Zelda. They just do. They look Zelda, they feel Zelda, everything about it, you know, screams Zelda experience. I've never seen Octopath Traveler, so now I'm curious. This is cool. Yeah, I mean, a Pokemon game like this would look fire as well. Where you have, like, pixel art in a 3D realm. Yeah, that's dope. And that's the thing is, like, yeah, but I don't, you know, ain't the one making the decisions, you know. These kinds of games can be extremely popular. And I feel like you could focus more on the RPG elements of the game. I feel like they could focus more on the RPG elements of the game if they're not working on trying to, like, make the game like 3D open world or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, just focus on delivering, like, a super dope game. God, if Pokemon, like, imagine that you're walking up to the to the academy. What's the academy in Scarlet and Violet? Imagine you're walking up to the academy and it looks like this. Like, this looks fire. Imagine you're walking up to the academy in Scarlet and Violet and this is what the steps look like. It does give more angles for storytelling for sure. Do I need to remind you what climbing the steps in Scarlet and Violet looks like? What's that main city in Scarlet and Violet? What's the city with the school? Dang it. Just someone walk through. Okay. Something that there's a lot of things that really bothered me about the new Pokemon game. I do not like that you can't like travel around buildings. That's something that really bugs me. That like a lot of the buildings, shops specifically, the school, you can't even walk around the school. It's just basically translated to menus, right? Like the buildings, going inside of buildings and things like that has pretty much all been just completely like truncated into a menu experience. I think there was one like right here. Which, no, that's catching a Pokemon. Which I really didn't love. But then also, when people are like realistic, this is something that also I don't think that is like fully understood about NPCs. NPCs are weird, okay? When they're too 3D. Like NPCs that stand around all day, when they look too realistic, it's freaky. Thank you, Ruben, for the Prime sub and the 21 months. It's kind of like it breaks your immersion. It's like, what are these people standing around? They look like robots, right? So NPC, the more 3D you make your game, the more convincing NPCs need to be. Which was an issue. Like, what's this lady doing here? You know, now that this lady is articulated in full 3D, now it's just like, bro, what is you doing at that table? You're not doing nothing. What are you doing there? And it's like 3D games, that really bothers me because it's like that just looks so realistic. Or in a way, you know, it's like you really got me wondering what the heck is going on there. You know, thank you, Stexon. Let's see. Show me the stairs to the academy, please. And it's like, I know they're going for like a grand experience. That's what like they're going for, like the larger than life grand experience. But I think that, in my opinion, for like Pokemon, that bigger and gaudier isn't always just better. I think that's exactly, like, bigger isn't necessarily better. Like, just because the world is huge doesn't mean that it's deeper. Like, you can't even like go in these places. You can't walk in. It just cuts you to a menu. Like here, that was something that really like bothered me. Going in the stores, going in the cafes. Let's see. So they're going to go in this cafe. Like, cool. All right, I get to walk in the cafe. This is what the inside of the cafe looks like. Nah, this... Bro, even in Ocarina of Time, you were walking in doing stuff in buildings, bro. Like, this just, like, what? I don't know. I feel like bigger isn't always better. You lose a lot of the magic, in my opinion, when you have to go in to just like straight to menus and stuff. This was like a real vibe killer for me. When I was trying to go, and it's like it made me actively not want to explore. I was like, I don't want to go exploring because I can't even go in anywhere. There's not people to meet. Right. Ocarina of Time was walking into buildings and chucking pots. Yep. Having fun. Like, what was that? You see what I'm saying, bro? What was that? Just eat the cup, bro. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? It's like, for me, Pokemon should just keep it, dial it in. I'd rather them dial it in on something that they can really knock out of the park. Like, dial it in on something that's just like a visual masterpiece. It's like, you don't need to do, it doesn't need to be the world's biggest game. I think Pokemon fans just want it to be a good game. And in my opinion, a good game doesn't include that. like that part. Now, don't get me wrong. There are some cool things in Scarlet and Violet. I really like the selfie taking stuff. I thought that was like really cute, you know. I think that the overworld just really bugs me. There's a lot of popping. There's a lot of like low FPS stuff going on. The textures all look very rough. The game made me not really want to explore because every time you go to explore a place, like, look at that. Welcome to the footwear. And here you are. Menu. And it's like, bro, every time you even like, you go up to the shoes and it takes like forever for each of them to load. Like, look at that. It's just, it really made me not want to explore the game at all because everything just felt gaudy and clunky. Like everything. Literally everything you do. The game doesn't feel good to play. So that was, you know, kind of what irked me about this entire experience. I played Sun and Moon, and I thought that was like a fine game. Yeah, I liked Sun and Moon. I thought they were cool. But I think one of the things that bothered me I thought, okay, character designs, awesome. I think Pokemon always knocks character design out of the park. I really liked the look of the characters. I thought the Team Star guys were cool. I thought that the gym leaders were all super sick. I loved the themes of each of the gyms. I thought the character design was out of this world. My biggest critique of Scarlet and Violet is that the overworld is a total miss for me. Everything, everywhere you go, I don't like it. But I love the characters. I love the Pokemon. And I like the story. I like all of that. But the overworld, though, it just all feels very stiff. And it's like two characters standing, like just looking idly at each other, like works kind of fine. Looking idly at each other, not being voice acted and all that, like that all works fine for like a pixel game. But when you start to make them 3D, it's like they just look kind of, it just looks kind of weird. I get that's just what like some video games look like, but it's just, And the character designs are good. The character looks good. Characters look cool. But I do feel like Pokemon's just still in this space where it's like look at that person walking 2 FPS up the stairs, dude. Like, you just don't. Yeah, I get that they want to make this grand game, but I feel like it's just the bigger isn't always better. Uncanny, thank you, Mythic Alex. Uncanny is the word that I'm looking for. Yes. No, it's not about the console. You can make beautiful games on whatever console. It's really, the console argument is a scapegoat. It's a scapegoat 100%. It's just a scapegoat. I think that right now, even if Scarlet and Violet ran on perfect 60 frames per second, I still think that the art style could be better. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, so the console argument's just a scapegoat. There's a lot of really great there's a lot of Xenoblade, right? There's a lot of great looking games on the Switch. But anyway, so we got DLC. And that was kind of like a large, kind of stun lock on the idea of games not being finished when they release. And that's just kind of the world that we're in now, is that games just aren't finished while they're released. I like it in some regards in that it allows games to have more life after their like scheduled release date. But then also, like, it does kind of make it so that I don't necessarily, like, I just want to download the game. I just want to download the game and not buy a physical copy of it, because the physical copy isn't the complete game. So, like, even though you have a cartridge, that's only some amount of it, and then you still have to download like the rest of it anyway. So that's not the full game on the cartridge. I think that's what bothers me the most, is that cartridge is not the full game. So that kind of ruins the idea of the cartridge for me. So just get rid of the cartridge. Just download it, because that's not the whole game. So I don't know. I know. Well, I'm a big fan of the retro the retro cartridges that are just like, that is the complete, like Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Black and White 2, Emerald. That's a complete package there. So I'm a big fan of that, and those are also just no easy way to get those anymore. So anyways, DLCs are coming. And then we got the Pokemon Trading Card Game Classic. All right, I know listen, like I said, I got in at 1 a.m. last night. It was a long weekend. I woke up this morning and I got what? Let's just watch the trailer. All right, I'm not gonna lie. When I saw this flash of the briefcase, when I saw that flash of the briefcase, I was like, "Dang, what are they cooking? That's crazy." Now, notice the marketing. Everything is a decision, right? Everything's a decision. By introducing this in a briefcase, first of all, product introduced in briefcase, and the two players are adults who are dressed nice. This very much is a premium product. Yes, they look wealthy, straight up. This is supposed to be like the Cadillac of the Pokemon. This is supposed to be the ritzy Pokemon TCG experience. And look at that presentation. Bruh. Look at that. This is all very much supposed to look elegant. Elegant, high class, all that. Sleeve decks coming out of deck boxes. All right, what do you think the quality of the sleeves is going to be, though? No chance. We have English versions here. They have yellow borders. They look like the Celebrations cards, but without the Celebrations print. Looks like I saw a hollow Bulbasaur, hollow Ivysaur, hollow Venusaur. Okay, so what we have is a premium collection set. TCGPokemon.com/classic. Products and images shown are still in development with the exception of basic energy. Cards included in the Pokemon Trading Card Game Classic cannot be used in official tournaments. So this is basically a... Thank you, DG151, for those 22 months. This is basically a complete set. Think of it like Battle Academy, right? That's kind of the area in my mind that I'm like, it's like a Battle Academy almost, but it's like a retro. It's like a retro Battle Academy on steroids. Yeah, 100%. Like with premium accessories. It's Battle Academy for adults. It's like a board game, right? It's kind of, well, didn't I think Battle Academy won like Toy of the Year or something the year it got released. Didn't it? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it got that. Let's see. Battle Academy Toy of the Year. Let's see. Yeah, see? All right, 2021. Pokemon TCG Battle Academy wins Game of the Year at 2021 Toy of the Year Awards. Boom, right? So this kind of thing can be successful, for sure. Last year, the Pokemon Company launched the Battle Academy, a board game based on their highly successful trading card game series. Today, it's been revealed that the Battle Academy board game is won Game of the Year at the Toys Association's 2021 Toy of the Year Awards. The Toy of the Year Awards are described as the Oscars of the toy industry, and its Game of the Year title has been based on creativity, design, playability, and marketing. Yes. So this kind of thing has been done before. That's what I'm saying. It's like the trading card game without deck building. It's like a pre-con gaming experience. It's a pre-constructed gaming experience. That's exactly what it is. And there is a market for that. Imagine that you and your buddies are interested in the Pokemon trading card game, but don't want to keep up with the meta. You just want like a playable experience that you and your buddies can like bust out. It's like a entryway into the series. It's like you've got the nostalgia hit of the old cards. You've got like, yeah, that's what it's cool. It's really cool. I think it's perfect for casuals. I'm not saying that this product is necessarily for us as people who play the game competitively or whatever. You know, this product isn't necessarily for us to use. It's a product, though it would be pretty dope to have it, but the idea of a preconstructed deck that you can't manipulate or change at all, that's going to be more casual oriented than competitive player oriented, which is exactly what the Pokemon Company is trying to do. Yes, $300 is what it's looking at. Yeah, $250. Yeah, something like that. Yo, Schmegtastic, have you ever read Charizard? That ability says that all energy attached to it are fire energy. That's what that Pokemon power says. So let's read. A new premium box set called the Pokemon Trading Card Game Classic will release in late 2023 in English and in October in Japan. I'm not going to lie. I don't want the English one. I want the Japanese one. Because look at that. Doesn't that look nice? Look at that. Doesn't that look nice? Look at those. Doesn't that look nice? But I don't know that I'll be able to. Yeah, the Japanese ones are probably going to be $1,000 for sure, because you have to get it through a lottery system. It's just going to be extremely. It's just going to be expensive, probably. But I like the concept though. The concept is very cool, and I really like the concept. So let's look into it a little bit more. The product will contain 3 60-card decks headlined by Base Set Venusaur, Base Set Charizard, and Blastoise. Each of the decks will contain new and reprinted cards. The cards will feature a unique hollow foil pattern different from the one in Celebrations. All of the cards feature new numbering for this box set. Now, the cool thing about this is that they're creating this standalone TCG experience with retro cards as they were originally printed. So, Base Set Blastoise, 100 hit points, can do 60 damage, right? Charizard, 120 hit points, can do 100 damage. Venusaur, 100 hit points, can do 60 damage. Now, they're using this as a catalyst to help get people that have been familiar with the Pokemon trading card game in the past, maybe are reminiscent of the past, have nostalgia for these old cards, but then also want to help introduce them to new mechanics like Pokemon EX with abilities and things like that, and the modern power level of the cards. So how do you mix old cards that do like 100 damage with new cards that do 200 damage? Well, what you do is you give them a fancy little tool card that lets them do 100 more damage. Sunseed is a tool card that makes the Venusaurs attached to do 100 more damage, right? That's crazy. And then you've got Blazing Charcoal, a tool card that makes the Charizard it's attached to do 100 more damage. And then you've got the Raindrop one, which makes the Blastoise it's attached to do 100 more damage. So that's their solution, which I think is a creative one, right? It's cool. You've got reprints of Rocket's Admin, which is super dope. Mewtwo in here, love to see that. Some very cool stuff. And your Pokemon EX are pretty simple cards. They have simple game effects, not terribly complicated, like this Ho-Oh that's revealed, and the Lugia don't really have any abilities. They just give up 2 prize cards when they get knocked out. They accelerate energy. They do damage. That's just what they do. So, the accessories are pretty insane. All right. It's like this briefcase that's got a velvet kind of top. You can see there the branding on the side, the Pokemon Trading Card Game Classic. And then what are those? Okay, let's talk about it. You got the briefcase thing. You got the game board thing. You've got the damage counter. So the damage counters, they've turned into little cones. You see that? Little stackable cones. That's kind of cute. It's funny because that's not what... It's not like classic at all, like the cones, but they are kind of neat and convenient. I do think that the cones are kind of dope. They don't bother me. The old marbles that they used to use are not really, that doesn't really make a lot of sense. Yeah, the cones they're funny. You know, I'm not used to seeing cards with little cones on them, but it's fine. Doesn't bother me. I like that the cones are meant to keep the game clean looking, and it also the cones make it feel more like a board game, which I think, well, this is kind of genius marketing, okay? Because you have, instead of, there's no dice. There's no dice here. Now, for a competitive player like me and many of you, we all use dice, okay? But this thing right here makes it look and feel like a board game, which is exactly what they are trying to do. They want this to be a board game. It's like, forget what you know about Pokemon cards, building decks, all of that. This is a Pokemon trading card game, board game experience. So this is how you flip. You roll it in, and you either, I guess, heads is the white and tails is the black. Something like that. You know, or vice versa. You roll it around, and then it lands in either the heads or the tails bin. And you've got your poison and your burn marker, and you've got your little cones. Thank you, Clave Man, for that tier 1 sub. So that's pretty neat. This is like their new board game. You have the grass, the fire, and the water. Those are pretty slick looking deck boxes. That's cool. I think it's dope. I think it's cool. So that's neat. And I mean, you can't really determine what the pricing of what they said, $250. So yeah, that's pretty premium. Yeah, I'd have to say that is definitely premium. That's for sure. Is it $275? Yeah, that's premium, all right. But I do wonder how much this Japanese Charizard is going to be. Curious. Comes in a $275 premium collector box that is only available via the lottery. You blame Charizard? Yeah, that's fair. So we had that going on. Then, let's see, we also had we had some Gym Leader Challenge shown off during the Knoxville Regional stream. Wasn't that fun? Okay. see, Pokemon Knoxville. Was it day 1 or day 2? Anybody who knows? Day 2? Day 1 was an extremely handsome man on stream. Don't know if you guys saw that. Who is that? Wow.
Just playing 2 turns.
The classic lockdown. Such an explosive start.
The double turbo.
Yeah, look at dude right here.
All in. It's
Wow.
a start that if you can get it to line up in the match where you really need it, it's just going to do so much work for you. And at this stage of competition, players are looking for whatever edge they can find. They know that the competition is fierce. The players have practiced these matchups inside and out. If you can throw them a curveball, sometimes it can let you sneak a game in a best of 3, and that can be the difference between, as we're seeing right now,
With the drip,
1 and
bro?
2.
Well, so here's the deal, is that I'm done doing the
You can't unless you make day 2.
I'm done doing the free shirts thing. Because they just add up. Like, listen, if you every time they're on stream, they give you a new shirt. So it's like, I think after like my 3rd, well, they need me to they need to like put tape over the logo on the jacket because they won't show off any non-official logos on stream. So they require you to do that. So yeah, I think after my third free t-shirt this year, I was like, this is getting out of hand. So I just started bringing my own t-shirt because it's wasteful. It's wasteful with the amount of shirt. Like, they're just gonna, I don't know about you guys, I only got so much room in my closet. So the free shirts are cool and all, but if you're someone who like thinks that you might get on stream, just bring your own shirt. You can save them a lot of trouble. I think that, I know some players are like bragging about how many free shirts they have, but just bring your own shirt. Yeah. So I brought my own shirt, which I was really excited about. I got to wear my Mewtwo Billionaire Boys Club shirt, which was dope. So yeah, I played against Sammy. Sammy, super nice fella. I was able to lock him out of getting an Archeops in to play both games and just did Mew things. Judge, Path, knock out your only Lugia. Yeah. Had a pretty fire game too and was able to just get the quick 2-0. Yeah, Sammy was a super nice guy for sure. He said he was really excited to play against me, but was hoping that next time maybe he could get take a prize. Which that was It was a brutal display of the Mew versus Lugia matchup, as you can see here from the fact that Sammy has an Oranguru, Charizard, and Dunsparce on board to my fully established board here. All right. Yeah.
From our round 9 winner.
And then me and Chip did an interview. That was sick. The chairs are still busted. They're not great. I'm going to keep saying it until they just need to I think the chairs were assembled backwards. If you want to get a free shirt from Pokemon, just wear a shirt that has a logo on it or something so that they have to replace it. If you want a free shirt. But if you want to, but if you want to be, stream safe, then just bring your own Pokemon shirt. So I know that they won't stream me in the full grip shirt because of reasons. So then I have to take my full grip shirt off. So then I brought my own shirt so that then, you know, they don't have to waste new shirts every time.
Welcome back in, everyone. I am joined here at the desk by our winner of round 9. Getting into day 2, Andrew Mahone, Tricky Jim himself. Congratulations, Andrew. I gotta imagine it feels great. Oh, yeah.
Appreciate that.
Wasn't going
Thank
for
you.
that, but we'll take it.
Well,
Yeah.
I was, you know,
It's
words with the
there.
hands, maybe a gesture.
I'm just, in my defense, Chip was definitely looking like maybe he was going for the handshake there. He definitely... I'm just saying, look at the positioning of the hand.
Welcome back in, everyone. I am joined here at the desk by our winner of round 9. Getting into day 2, Andrew Mahone, Tricky Jim himself. Congratulations, Andrew. I gotta...
Bro. That? Better safe than sorry, right? That's a handshake right there. That's what I'm saying. He's looking to dap it up. What if I leave him hanging? Then we look silly. So that's the thing. Is he going for a handshake? I don't know, bro. The hand is very accessible. Looks like a handshake gesture. It's a lose-lose situation. I'm saying he put me in a lose-lose situation. Well, this is the weird space you get into by doing a side-by-side interview. The side-by-side interviews are always awkward.
Imagine.
And I'm like, all right, I'll do it.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Wasn't
Thank
going
you.
for that, but we'll take it.
Well,
Yeah.
I was, you know,
It's
words with
there.
the hands, maybe a gesture. I just wanted to make sure I didn't leave you hanging is all.
I really...
Koros Eagle, that's a good point. Thumb out means handshake. All right, we're going to watch it back one more time. Thank you, Magical Pony, for the sub and the 5 months. The awkward thing is when I went in for the handshake, he started to butt out. So then it was like a coming in, going out kind of situation. Just throw scissors. Oh, we still got 20 seconds? Come on. All right, it's going to be worth the wait. 15 seconds. Thumb out.
Welcome back in, everyone. I am joined here at the desk by our winner of round 9.
See, because the thing is, he already did the gesture. The first one was a very clear gesture, right? The first one, very clear. Oh, my face. God. First, very clear gesture. And the first gesture, it was just a gesture. It was brief.
Mahone, Tricky Jim himself. Congratulations, Andrew. I gotta imagine it
That,
was great.
dude, that's a handshake. 100%. That's a handshake presentation. 100%. The thumb was very out.
Really appreciate that.
Safety first, Jim.
Safety first. We look out for each other
Yeah,
back
for
here.
sure.
Yeah, man, for sure. So, yeah, Mew VMAX. But I'm looking at this deck list here, and there's definitely something that's sticking out to me a little bit more. We'll talk about the match that we just saw in a moment, but we got to talk about a card that really didn't come out to play in that match. Flying Pikachu VMAX. We've seen
players going deep into the tank with the Mew decks. You know, we've seen the Aerodactyls, we've seen the Manaphies, and even today we saw a Dreepy in the Mew VMAX deck. Flying Pikachu, where did this come from? Where did this idea generate, and how's it been for you?
So Mew is just that broken deck.
Yeah.
It's the best deck. It's so good. You draw more cards than anybody. You can completely control the game. You saw the judge, your path. It's like, you know, Lugia even. I feel like it's got a great Lugia matchup. You don't even need Aerodactyl, bro. You just judge them and stuff, and things go off the rails.
Yeah,
Crazy.
sure.
Yeah. That deck barely works. So, so Mew is just like that consistent deck. It's got a few problems. You know, Drapion, Sky Sealstone, Regigigas. You know, these things can be annoying. And the Lost Box matchup was pretty irredeemable. So I was like deep in the tank trying to like brainstorm how to figure out the Lost Box matchup. And well, I was real deep in the tank because I was trying out that Chandelure. No, I was deeper, bro. There's a Chandelure that turns off your weakness. So I tried that, a 101 from Rebel Clash.
Oh, man.
101 Chandelure with a rare candy. I'll get it out, but I mean, it's just not that good of a card.
Yeah.
So, like, that wasn't really worth it. So the next thing on the list, I was telling Jesse, who also played the same 60 and just won his winning in.
Let's go.
I was telling Jesse, I was like, bro, I'm going to try Flying Peak in the deck. And he was like, no way, man, no way. And I was like, bro, the first person to put Aerodactyl in the Mew deck probably seemed crazy too, you know? You just got to try it. So then Jesse was like farming the ladder with it and was like, yeah, it's actually kind of broken. So then I was like, okay, well, we'll test a few games. JW, Jesse, and I were all testing it out, and the matchup was going good against Lost Box because they only play a couple ropes.
Sure.
They only play one boss, and it's just like, and with the umbrella, with the parasol, you can kind of just stick them. You know, eventually they'll have to, and that's the thing, it's not a perfect tech. There are ways around it, but when you're judging, when you're pathing, when you're lost zoning things, it's like you're just throwing the kitchen sink at them, and something sticks, whether it's the judge, the path, the flying peak. Again, so in games, I'm 5-1 against Lost Box today.
Jeez.
2-0-1 against Lost Box. 2-0 to Reggie. You know, it was just that's exactly what I wanted the deck to do, and it did it.
Yeah, that's incredible, man. Yeah, really unique to see the Flying Pikachu. I mean, anytime you see a non-Fusion Strike Pokemon in the Mew deck, you got to scratch your head a little bit, but the reasoning is sound, and it obviously worked out pretty well for you so far. I mean, you played a lot of Lost Box, so
I did.
It works
3.
out. Yeah, it works out great for you. So congrats on that. I want to ask about this game that we just saw on stream. So Lugia, you've said you feel like it's a solid matchup for you.
100-0.
Okay, let's calm down a little bit.
I'll give it 90-10.
No shot. I will play 100 games of Lugia versus you. There's no way I
might win a few.
Not 10. More than 10. Come on now. Well, regardless of whatever percentage you want to throw onto it. Game one, you go first, you get pretty set up, you're feeling good, and your opponent has to research, and they discard their Pumpkaboo.
Oh,
So
you notice that? What's going through your
Look at
mind?
my chops, bro. Yeah. And not just the Pumpkaboo, it was a lost vacuum in there, too.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, this game's over.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, you have maybe one out, maybe, if you're playing the 2 vacuum in your deck to counter the path. So that just tells me, like, okay, I have complete control over the game. Because I'm gonna turn the abilities off, and then I'm pretty much gonna decide when to come back on. So
the 100 game set against Chip
so much is it capitalizes on any sort of inconsistency or weakness in other decks because it is just so consistent. Draw so many cards with like 4 Sealstone and Crematic. You're just getting what you want out of the deck all the time. And you have the tools to just put your opponent constantly in compromising positions.
Definitely, yeah. You, like you said, throw the kitchen sink at them.
Throw the kitchen sink at
give them
them.
everything and see if they can deal with it.
Yeah.
Game 2, things looked great for you early, but then could have gotten a little sketchy there. You put the path in play, you stop your opponent, they pass, and you're like, all right, cool. Draw for turn, and you see you have nothing.
Well, I knew I had nothing when I put the path out.
Right, of course, yeah. And we even saw you kind of agonize over you I think, Crematic away a vacuum to start that turn.
It was like
you were like really debating even doing that.
Well, because it was a quick ball. So it was
quick ball, yeah, sure.
I had a decision to make. I could either quick ball away the vacuum, or I could quick ball away my final Gust card.
Sure.
So it was like, you know, and I had Palpat in the deck, but do you really want to be down your boss, Arena, and other boss? I was like, yeah, it was a tough call.
Sure.
You know, so maybe the boss, in hindsight, with the way that I drew, maybe the boss was the correct call, but then I wouldn't have even been able to like pounce on the situation because I didn't have the boss, right? So it was like I wouldn't have even been able to gust up and knock out the only look because they're all in the discard pile.
Right.
So it was like that was a decision I made. I was like, I got a lot of other stadium counters in the deck, and not to mention, if they're going to get moving, they have to counter.
Of course.
So
of
then
course.
something that usually happens with the Lugia deck is that, I mean, and he didn't have any Archeops in the discard pile yet.
Right, right.
So he may go for Pumpkaboo to counter it and then try to get some Archeops in the discard pile and then whiff, and then I get my abilities back.
And he still didn't.
And then I get to just draw, right? So it's like a win-win. Either I stop you and we both do nothing for a little bit, or, you know, I just make life a little harder for you and you wiggle out of it, but then I get to do what I want.
Yeah, you can see all these tiny little details are like always running through your mind when you're thinking about the game. Like you were obviously thinking through like valuing which card over the other one, and obviously you didn't do much that turn, but your opponent didn't either, so it was totally fine.
And
your
those
opponent
decks play
Marnies you.
many
and
Marnies.
Exactly.
So it's just
yeah.
like, yeah, it's like
reasonable.
you may have to Marnie for
Mhm.
it, and then you're going to send me to my next 4 cards, and I play more House of Path than you.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Yep, ends up working out very nicely. You get the 2-0, a pretty swift 2-0 as well, so congratulations to you, Andrew. 6-1-2 coming into day 2. Definitely a lot better than 6-2-1. Those 2 match points make a pretty solid difference. So yeah, congratulations to you, and we'll be following your journey along tomorrow. Good luck to you, and we're going to take a quick little break and be right. Oh, yeah, and we can't forget my director peeping in my ear. Through the rest of the day, or through this entire day today, we've been having our winners. You know, since we're here in Tennessee, we're in the South, we're having everyone give us their best yeehaws to send us off. Can you give us? Oh, you're getting ready. I love it. Let's hear your best yeehaw.
I'm not much of a country boy, you know.
Ohio boy.
Yeah. No, I'm kind of yeehaw.
Acceptable,
Yeah.
acceptable.
All right.
Well done. Thanks, Andrew. Yeah, we'll take a quick little break, guys, and we'll be right back to close out the
There we
show.
go. How do you guys rate my yeehaw out of 10? Rate my yeehaw. I'm not an experienced yeehaw kind of guy. Compared to others at the tournament, was it a 10 out of 10? Thank you, Greens, for the Prime sub. Six out of 10. I do my best. All right, so that was day 1. Day 2, we had a caster gym leader challenge showdown, which I want to see. Oh, yeah, here we go.
At the table.
All right, guys, hang tight. I want to watch this. I didn't get to see it. Hang tight. I'm going to be right back. When I get back, we're going to watch. To my knowledge, this is the first ever caster gym leader challenge showdown at a regional championship. So this is pretty hype. Hang tight. So we'll be right back. Hi, what's up? Thanks for the patience. We're back. I need to make sure I can hear them. Oh, do I have to put my... Wonder if this still works if I put my headphones in. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Can I hear? Nope. That's just coming out of the speaker still. Okay. So the headphones don't work. Let's see. What if I open up? Not that. That. Yeah. Preview to external headphones. Okay. Okay. This is working. Wow. I can hear it. This is cool. All right. Let me see here.
Hello,
All right.
everyone, and welcome back to the Knoxville Regional Championships. We have a little bit of a break set up, so we got a special treat for y'all down here as we wait.
All right, dope. I just need to turn it down just slightly on my end because I like can't think straight. That's fine. It's also probably fine. All right, you guys can hear it okay. All right, let's go. We're chilling. I'll work through it. All right. So we got the first ever Gym Leader Challenge Caster Showdown during the Knoxville Regional Championships. Let's go. Let's see what we got.
San Diego Regional Champion.
Gibson wins the San Diego Regional Champion.
But will Lugia ever want to miss out on any tournament news? Make sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Knoxville
how is the
Regional
balance
Championships. We have a
between
little bit of a break set up, so we got a special
me and
treat
those
for
guys?
y'all down here as we wait for the next round to begin.
Yep, a little bit of extra time, so we thought we'd try to fill that time with a caster
Cool.
showdown. We've got Jeremy and Kyle down at the table, and we're going to be playing the Gym Leader Challenge format. And for those who do not know, the Gym Leader Challenge format is a singleton mono-type format used in the expanded format, so you can only play one of each card, and you can only play one type of Pokemon in your deck as well. So it's a
This this battle music is nuts, bro. Dang. Yeah, this battle music is crazy. Yeah, this is going hard.
a lot of fun. It's it's written about in the Pokemon Alternative Play Handbook, so a lot of
It's written about in the Pokemon Alternative Play Handbook. Where else, Chip? Where else can you find out about it? Huh? Where, Chip? Thank you, Lieutenant Surge, for the sub and the 2 years. Where might you be able to find all the rules? All right.
information for it out there, and it's a really popular format as well. Lots of players. It's a lot of fun. It's it's written about in the Pokemon Alternative Play Handbook, so a lot of information for it out there, and it's a really popular format as well. Lots of players playing it at these regional championships. There's always really large side events, and we've got Kyle. And
There was 106 players at I think Sunday's Gym Leader Challenge side events. 106. So absolutely incredible to see that.
Jeremy going at it. I'm looking forward to
They're
this.
picking up some steam. Another important note is there are no rule box Pokemon
Yes.
in this format, so going to be a lot of single prizes, a lot of classic 6-prize games here, Chips. We got a lot to work with.
Yep, And Kyle, I mean, we can maybe tell a little bit of a sneak peek by the sleeve color.
This is dope. The coordinated. Jeremy's got blue nail polish with the blue sleeves and the green sleeves on the grass. I'm loving this. Thank you, Endurance, for the Prime sub.
Here's Kyle will be playing a grass type deck, and Jeremy will be playing a water type deck.
But Kyle starting off with a mulligan.
Yep.
Again, even though it's a singleton list, you got to make sure you have enough basics in there to get started. The main strategy of Kyle's grass deck, is going to be relying on Torterra, trying to get that Evo press in there. And of course, what I like about this format as well, Chip, is that the different, Pokemon types, they get to play towards their core identities a little bit more back, in the early days.
Thank you, Gary Oak, for the Prime sub.
Deck, so you're going to be trying to get that Warlord set up.
Yeah, it's all going to be about that Wailord, and speaking of which, Wailmer was in the prizes for Jeremy. Like we mentioned, it is a singleton format, so there is only one Wailmer in Jeremy's entire deck. He does play Hisuian Heavy Ball, so he'll have that option. Over on Kyle's side, that one Guzma prize. Guzma's a super important supporter card. Revitalizer's a great recovery card. It gets you back 2 grass Pokemon from your discard pile. And he's also prized Kricketot and the Roselia, 2 pretty important basics. But it does look like Kyle is going first. Yeah, Kyle, I don't...
Anybody know whose Gym Leader Challenge decks these are? Like, who's... like, the Kyle's and... Probably Chips, right?
I think has played too much of this format, so he might not realize... It's actually a little bit different from Standard. It is optimal to go second in Gym Leader Challenge for a lot of decks, and that is because you can play a supporter card, of course, on your first turn.
Yeah, you need those supporters for consistency in this format. Because it is singleton, we don't have the 4 quick balls, those ways to get the Pokemon that you need immediately. Jeremy, what a lord, immediately gets the Hisuian Heavy Ball, is going to snag that Wailmer.
Yep, he doesn't even know how important that was. He could grab the Wishy-Washy as well. Wishy-Washy is a great attacking option. It's a basic, it has a ton of hit points, and it does do a solid amount of damage. And yeah, Kyle recognizing, oh man, you're just getting your Wailmer for free right now, just off that first search. Unbelievable.
And shout out to the art on that Wishy-Washy as well.
That's a great one.
This format puts a really nice spotlight on a lot of cards that don't see a lot of play, and a nice distribution of fancy water energies as well. It goes for the, is that Dive Ball?
It is Dive Ball. Yep, search your deck for a water Pokemon and put it into your hand.
Yo, let's go Skarzig with the deep cut dive ball. Let's go.
And that's something I love about this format as well, is that it feels like a kind of an all-star match of, different Pokemon from over the years of that specific type. Now, we'll be seeing some pretty familiar Pokemon in Jeremy's deck, obviously being a water type. There's a pretty good water support line in the standard format right now in the Inteleon line, so obviously we'll be seeing some shady dealings happening. But we also might see some black.
Yo, no spoilers. I don't know who wins. What the heck? Chill, guys. Chill.
Blastoise come into play. Its Deluge ability allowing you to accelerate additional energy cards into play. And right away, Jeremy has decided to grab that Squirtle and has the Alolan Vulpix and the Goose.
I love hearing the table talk too. Chill, bro.
Guzma, he's running away with this one. Guzma,
man, what a setup.
Dusting up the Grookey.
And brings that Vulpix to the active. That beacon attack, it can be used for free. You do not need any energy to utilize it, and it allows you to search your deck for 2 Pokemon and put them into your hand. A super strong Pokemon to get your evolution set up, and right away, Wailord is hitting the hand.
Jeremy is definitely popping off here. Gets the Wartortle to evolve from the Squirtle, gets the Wailord to evolve this Wailmer. Gonna have some big threats on the next turn. And it's back over to Kyle. He's got to stay in this game. 1 grass energy in the hand means that there are some attacking options available, but just opens up with Ball Guy.
Yeah, this one of my favorite parts of this format is the fact that you can play Ball Guy. You search your deck for up to 3 cards that have the word ball in the name. So think things like Level Ball, Nest Ball, Quick Ball, Ultra Ball, even things like Net Ball in the grass deck.
For grass, yes.
which is really cool. I mean, and similar, Jeremy, right, has Dive Ball that he could utilize with his ball guy. So, and you could even find Hisuian Heavy Ball as well to search out your prized Pokemon. So
That's so cheeky. Let's get a couple reprints going on. Come on, let's get Ball Guy back in the format. Let's
Yeah.
get this Dive Ball going.
yeah, it's a
I'm
lot
really
of fun
excited.
for sure. And it's cool because like a card like Ball Guy is not very good in the standard format, right? And even cards like Gloria, things like that. These are cards that are legal for standard play, but they're just not played. It's not, those are cards you'd rather just be playing research, right?
Exactly.
Discard your hand, draw 7 cards for the most part.
And
But in
the-
this instance, right, you can only play one Professor's Research or one Professor Sycamore. So you want to play more of those searching cards. It's a lot slower of a format, more setup based.
Yeah, so you have a more macro-focused game plan, how you're going to get your prizes down. Playing to stage 1, stage 2 evolution Pokemon adds a different spin to the format. And you have to remember too, in like modern standard
This is some Pokemon trading card game action. I'm just saying. This is Pokemon cards right here. We're watching Pokemon cards. That's what I'm. Look at these beautiful Pokemon cards. This is gaming.
format, you know, grass has gotten a lot of support with Gardenia
Yes.
and things of that nature. So a lot of those cards can also be employed.
We will see Kyle retreat into the Grookey, and yep, he is going to find a...
Kyle playing very conservatively right here. Not using his other ball cards. Hasn't used that quick ball to go get Zarude yet. It's very possible for these decks to start popping off. Kyle's playing a little conservative, but it's okay.
Friend, the attack on Bulbasaur, you just get to search your deck for a Pokemon, a grass Pokemon, I believe, and put it into your hand. And he's going to eye up the Grottle, which is excellent.
Love that.
It has that sun-drenched shell ability, which allows you to search your deck for a grass Pokemon. So this is his main
Okay.
strategy. Get that Grottle set up, that stage 1, so that every turn for the rest of the game, you can just get out another grass Pokemon to put into your hand, to put into play, or to find your evolutions.
It looks like Kyle's going to be able to get very caught up in this match. Jeremy's going to have a power turn here. We already saw that Wailord that was grabbed before. Only one energy attached. We know that he has that special wave,
Yep.
but
Deals-
needs to find a special energy first. And what is the overall cost? I'm seeing 4 energy costs there, Chip. It's going to take a while to get this thing set up.
It does take a while, right? But that's where, you know, the types get to shine through. Water has great energy acceleration. We see War Turtle is already in play. Jeremy actually already has the Blastoise in its hand, which has that Deluge ability, allowing you to attach as many water energy as you want from your hand to one of your Pokemon in play.
Right, and we
Jeremy's
enjoyed
hand...
I love the pace of this game as well. I love both players taking their time to set up their board. This is really exciting. This is sick. This is sick.
that with Frostmoth in the standard format.
Yep, yeah, and Frostmoth is actually in this deck as well, right? So you have both energy acceleration options. Of course, Frostmoth can only go to benched Pokemon. Blastoise, you can actually use it to accelerate to the active as well.
But Kyle is popping off now, has the Grottle.
Yep,
Gonna get that
sun-drenched
sun-drenched shell. So what's he looking for specifically, Chip, here? You think he's going to go for the Torterra, or he's going to try to spread things out?
Early game, it is really nice to attack with things like Zarude and Shining Genesect. These are your attackers that do more damage for each grass energy attached to them. So we see Zarude being grabbed initially here. Its repeated whip attack deals 60 base, and then more for each energy attached. And even has the Bird Keeper in hand to switch into Zarude right away.
Okay, he's trying to go for a big momentum play here because the Bird Keeper is a singleton. It's a very important switch effect, drawing 3 cards. Got a lot of resources in hand to work with. There's a manual attached for turn. Does grass typically have a lot of acceleration like water?
Grass has access to the Rillaboom, right? Its ability allowing you to search your deck for up to 2 grass energy and attach them to one of your Pokemon. Kyle hasn't quite been able...
Optimal Ivysaur. Yo, let's go. The 90 hit point Ivysaur, searchable via level ball and heavy ball. Broken.
to get that set up just yet. We see Grookey's in play, but we have not seen the Thwacky come out to play. I think he maybe could have grabbed Level Ball off his ball guy. Didn't get to, though. He's going to grab Ivysaur off of this Heavy Ball, though. It lets him search his deck for a Pokemon with 3 retreat.
Okay.
Or more and put it in the hand, and Ivysaur does have that. And we'll just be going for the pack call with Zarude, that first attack allowing you to search your deck for a grass Pokemon and put it into your hand. And Venusaur while it doesn't accelerate energy, it kind of makes up for it because its ability makes each of your grass energy in play provide 2 energy as opposed to just 1. So it'll allow you attack for less energy.
This is a lot of fun, Chip. I'm loving the different synergies, the different evolution lines fully on display here. We've got a full squad on both sides. One more manual attachment to the Wailord. This big attacker slowly but surely getting set up. And we got a Chorus.
For 7, 8.
And
It's
we'll see
8.
the Chorus coming out, shuffling the hand into the deck, and now Jeremy will draw a card for each Pokemon on each player's bench. So he'll get to draw up to 8 cards here, and he could get the knockout this turn. He would need a special energy, which he's got through capture energy, and he needs 2 waters. Oh, he doesn't quite have it. If he had Float Stone, he could move this active Vulpix, but no. He could have deluged energy to the active, deluged energy to the bench, and then attach for turn. That would have gotten him there to attack this turn, but he is going to be just 1 energy card short, it looks like.
Yeah, when your whole deck, you've got a singleton splash, a lot of different moving parts. It adds a layer of complexity as well to this format. If you want a deck that's not just trying to do the exact same thing every game, you're trying to sculpt your game plan on the fly, react to the opponent, then, you know, this GLC format is going to really scratch that itch for you.
And now Jeremy searching out with the beacon. It's going to be that Drizzile. Could eye up Intellion Shady Dealings to just stack that in the hand. But I like grabbing the Staryu here as well. That'll set up for that Starmie, which has the Space Beacon ability. You discard a card from your hand in order to get 2 energy cards back from your discard pile into your hand. So it's a nice way to be able to continually recover your energy even after Pokemon get KO'd and re-accelerate them into play with your Pokemon, like the Blastoise with Deluge.
Pretty soon, Jeremy is probably going to be looking at the Drizzile as well. One more attachment to use the Wailord as well. That means that Kyle is feeling.
Yo's Kyle he's got the candy in his hand. What a sack! Oh, it's about to go down.
A little bit of pressure here. We've got the Venusaur ready to go. This is going to turn on a lot of attacks, especially for the Zarude. Maybe he can pick up the Shining Genesect this turn, get those main attackers online. Rillaboom actually picked up, but we got to find the Thwacky. But Rare Candy, let's go!
Skipping that completely, and now Voltage Beat online will allow him to search the deck for 2 grass energy and put them onto one of his Pokemon. Not before going for the Net Ball first. I'm not sure how many more basic Pokemon he has. I think the Cricketox prize, the Roselia's prize, he does have that Shining Genesect still available, so that will hit the field.
And look at this, Chip. So much evolution, so much search, so much setup has been completed. Kyle is just now getting into a position to take the first prize. This is an absolutely wild
This is Pokemon cards. Let's go.
format. I love it.
Yeah, this is what I love about the
different
format
grass
as well.
energy too. Okay, this is the all-star cast. You know that they're having a good time at the table. It's right in the nostalgia for them.
Absolutely, yeah. These cards, some of these cards are cards that have been played in the past, and some of them were not super popular, right? Shining Genesect and Venusaur was actually a little bit of a deck on its own at the time it was legal. It wasn't ever super popular, though. Rillaboom was played for a little while. Alolan Vulpix was actually a card that was played in a lot of decks. You see over on Jeremy's
Yeah,
side.
the beacon's so strong for free.
Boss! Kyle has the boss's orders.
This is crazy, bro. This is crazy. Yo, they pop it off.
It's not going to be a KO. Wailord is weak to lightning, so it will not be knocked out. But this is really what Kyle needs to do. He needs to get some damage in play on this thing. Because Wailord also has an ability that makes it take reduced 30 damage. It has 200 hit points. This is a Pokemon that is really hard to deal with. You're realistically not going to be one-hit KOing it. So this is, you know, what Kyle needs to do. Just try to set up, get a little bit of a chip shot on it.
The Rough Seas!
Oh, and what a draw from Jeremy, the Rough Seas to heal it.
Okay, cool stadium. And that's the cool thing too, right? You have these stadiums that specifically work with your type.
Yep.
And, you know, the closest thing we have is like Stormy Mountain, Crystal Cave, Magma Basin.
Yeah.
Those are mostly just for acceleration and search, but now we have the healing for the water deck. It's great that Kyle was at least able to get that first attack, get some damage onto the Wailord, and now with the setup here with the Rillaboom and the Venusaur, we're going to have a consistent way to get these attackers up and running and keep that pressure on. It's back over to Jeremy, though. Has to figure out what to do with this turn. Your main attacker Wailord's in the active. That's already completed for you, but the bench is full, so if you're looking to set up the Staryu and the Starmie, it's not really going to happen. Remoraid on the bench too. Is this still the same rapid strike artillery?
No, it's actually
artillery.
an old school artillery. It's got the abyssal hand ability. It lets you fill your hand up to 5 cards once per turn. So
that's a lot of good draw
yeah,
power.
exactly. And this is gonna.
Yo. Yo, Kyle is hilarious. Kyle is really funny, bro. Yo, hold up. Hey.
Jeremy searching out the boss's orders to target down this Venusaur, get the capture energy attached, and that will be enough to take.
So if your bench is full when you capture energy, do you still have to look and shuffle, or just
don't.
cancel?
No,
Okay.
yeah, it's no effect because your bench is full, right?
Got it.
Did you hear Kyle? He took that knockout. Kyle's like, yeah, high rolled. High rolled me. Thank you, Yumi Force, for the prime sub.
Have the table mic up.
Well, I love the Gym Leader Challenge. I love the Gym Leader Challenge side events because it's like a win-win. If I make day 2, I get to play in day 2. If I don't make day 2, I got my Gym Leader Challenge deck. We're going to do that. And it's just such a good time.
A little bit so we can hear these guys interacting with one another,
And
having a good time.
We all know that Jeremy and Kyle have really good banter with one another. They love to play the Pokemon TCG. This is certainly a blast for them.
So this Wailord's got, 120 hit points left. The Venusaur just got knocked out. That's heavy. So at this point, Kyle has got to be looking like, okay, I've got Rillaboom, so I can pump 2 more energy into play. Kyle can do with Zarude, it would be 120, 140, 140 minus 30, 110, which is, oh my God, is that 10 damage short? Oh, but with an attachment from hand, he could do it. Okay.
So Kyle needs to do 100 and He's to do 180 plus 30. No, not 180. Sorry.
Yeah, after
quick
the heal
maths
from the
here.
rough
Yeah, after the
seas.
heals. So it's got 80 damage on it. So now he needs to do 120.
So Kyle's making the correct play by promoting Shining Genesect because he can use Rillaboom to pump 2 energy onto it, and then can use Shining Genesect's energy assist or whatever. You move the energy to Shining Genesect from one of your other Pokemon. So Shining Genesect can bring up a bunch of energy onto it. It can bring up 1 energy to itself, and then you can, it's going to be sick. Energy reload, that's it. Yep.
Plus 30 more, 150 in order to knock this Pokemon out.
Oh
So,
man, the Ordinary Rod putting the whole Bulbasaur line.
yep, and just uses Sun-Drenched Shell to get the Bulbasaur right back into play immediately.
And so the Shining Genesect, this attack that it has is boosted by the number of grass energy that are attached to it or
Yeah.
overall?
Attached to it. So now with the Gaia Blaster, he's going to be dealing 80 damage plus the 50 base. So he's almost there, but he does have the energy.
we're
reload
gaming
ability on the
right
Shining
now.
Genesect,
Let's
allows you to move
go.
the energy from one of your Pokemon up to the Genesect if you want
So
to.
good.
And that's going to get him to 150 exactly. It's a very costly attack here, as it does require a lot of energy cards, but it will yield him the KO on Jeremy's main attacking Pokemon.
All right, Kyle staying alive in the prize race. Jeremy pulled ahead, got that first prize, and typically when we see single prize matchups, the player that takes the first knockout can be favored, but you got to remember this is a single tin format as well. Every card that we've seen played, there's only 1 copy in the deck, so as the game goes longer and longer, you're going to be maybe running low on resources, running out of those consistency enablers that allow you to get another attacker in position. Lapras in the active spot with 2 water energies attached, I believe needs 1 more to use its next attack.
Yeah, its attack, it can be used for just 1, but in order to get a knockout, he actually needs 4 energy. It does 10 base damage and then 30 more damage for each energy you have attached. Shining Genesect has 130 hit points, so 4 energy matches up perfectly, and Jeremy's going to be able to get there. Yeah, this is going to be able to search out the Capacious Bucket, a card, once again, that we see in Standard from time to time, and search for 2 water energy.
A little rough.
Ooh, but I think, Jeremy, he did.
He's out of
rise
water!
3 water energy this game, and I think he's actually only got 1 in the deck currently.
Bro! Oh, the bucket's not going to do it. Oh my gosh, the bucket, because he prized too many waters.
So he could capacious
no.
bucket, but it's not going to get him the knockout.
And even if you have the manual attention for turn, we need one more card to accelerate that final energy. That's going to be the deluge ability.
Right, yeah, so he could have drawn into one of his special...
So he just benched the Staryu, so he can't evolve into Starmie yet. Oh man, this is tight.
Water energies. He's got a wash water energy and
Jeremy's
a splash
laughing.
energy.
He knows, like, oh
yeah,
no.
He's gonna miss this KO here. His best play may be to go for something like the Confuse Ray on Lapras, or he could just retreat into the Vulpix and go for a beacon potentially.
Okay, that might be the best plan. What's the retreat cost on Lapras? I'm seeing 3.
Oh, it is 3. Yeah, he can't get this Lapras out of the active. I mean, he could use the Capacious Bucket here, get the 1 water energy, and then fully retreat it. That's probably not going to be worthwhile, though.
And
You see Kyle with the big thumbs up. He's like, that's what I'm talking about, baby. Let's go.
He, of course, is going to have 1 ordinary rod in the deck as well, so he can get the energies that are in the discard pile back into the list.
So he does have the float stone that will allow him to retreat back into the Lapras.
So the float stone
Kyle said, are you going to run? Are you scared?
The float stone just gives free retreat to a water Pokemon.
It gives free retreat to any Pokemon, actually. It's like just a better air balloon. Air balloon is kind of the more balanced version of what float stone was for us once long ago.
All right, so then there's the beacon.
Okay. Oh, good. Oh, wait. I didn't shuffle. Oh, I cheated.
Penalty.
Jeremy just used a pistol hand without shuffling.
Penalty. He's got to shuffle.
Jeremy realizing he can... All right, we got to get a judge up on the table. Take care of this guy.
They're just having too much fun.
Yeah. Beacon will search out both the Whalmer and the Wailord, prepping for the next turn. I think Jeremy would love for Kyle to actually just knock out this Vulpix. Even though it gets Kyle a prize card, it would free up a bench space for Jeremy to utilize.
And Kyle, is the type of player who's going to go aggressive. He wants to close out this game. He wants to keep swinging with the shiny Genesect. And if that's the case, Jeremy is going to be able to keep a lot of these new Pokemon and evolution lines and abilities flowing through the bench. So as the game goes on, the shape and texture of what Pokemon and abilities your opponent has access to will shift. And that is so exciting, as every match, even when you play these decks over and over again, are going to play out a little bit differently.
So Kyle will play the in. It'll force both players to shuffle their hands into their deck, and they each get a card for each prize card they have remaining. One of the best comeback cards in the history of the game. Having to use it early as a draw supporter is, it's okay. You don't love to do it, but if it's what you got to do, which is what Kyle had to do in this instance, you don't mind it too much, as it still yields you 5 cards.
I remember there was, I think, a vicious rumor when, the Scarlet and Violet set was first announced. There was a rumor going around that they're going to reprint. And
I think it was mostly wishful thinking.
It was just a troll, right? Just trolling.
Everyone will love, I don't know. People love in, people hate in. It's kind of back and forth, to be honest. I'm personally kind of a fan of the card. And Jeremy now is getting his setup perfectly. He's got Starmie in play. He's got Blastoise in play. So he'll have consistent energy acceleration throughout the duration of this game. And I think he even has Ultra Ball here in this hand. Ooh, is he actually going to choose to get rid of it with the Space Beacon, though? Not choosing to set up the Whalmer.
So Space Beacon, you discard from your hand. You get 2 water energy back. Now we have the attach to the Lapras. It's all set up and ready to go.
Could also get another energy accelerated, but is going to choose to use the ball guy here.
Ball guy, let's go.
Bunch of different ball cards. We see the quick ball. It's actually a flot ball. That's one of the that's a German quick ball there from EUIC.
Very cool.
Going to play the nest ball to get out the Whalmer. Try to reestablish that powerful Pokemon.
Whalmer, Wailord, and again with the energies attached here, with the acceleration, the deluge, it's going to be a lot easier to get this thing set up. Lapras taking the knockout against the Shining Genesect. A lot of grass energy going to the discard pile. Kyle already used that ordinary rod to get the Bulbasaur line back in. What's that stadium chip?
That is good old Tropical Beach, one of the most infamous stadium cards in the history of the game. It was a Worlds promo in the years 2011 and 2012. It allows you to end your turn, but then you draw cards up until you have 7 cards in your hand. So it's an incredibly good card in the early game. More so here, Kyle just wants to bump that stadium, and he will be going for the knockout on the grass weak Blastoise.
There's that aggression I was talking about. He's just going to keep swinging, Keep trying to stay ahead
The
in the
pod
race.
helmet!
Taking down the Blastoise is so huge to disrupt this energy acceleration. Pot helmet now onto the Whalmer.
Oh, I thought you were doing your...
Very, very cute. This is going to give it even more effective HP once that Whale Lord's ability also comes.
This is a perfect turn for Jeremy to use Nessa. Oh my gosh, he's so lucky to have that.
Online.
Jeremy has Nessa in hand.
Perfect
and actually
Nessa
has
turn.
Rare Candy as well. So
refresh my memory on Nessa.
Yeah.
This is actually a more recent card.
It
It's
is.
three water Pokemon and 1 energy to the hand,
You-
or it's
you-
like a combination?
Yeah, you get 4 in any combination of water Pokemon and energy back into your hand. And so,
Beautiful.
yeah, wisely, I think just, I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter, but I thought he had 2 water energies down, but it was just 1. So grabs the Vulpix and then just Space Beacons it away because why not?
And let's go ahead and knock out.
All right, then Squirtle's back down, going to try to reestablish the Blastoise line the same way Kyle recovered the Bulbasaur and now has Venusaur in play. We saw Jeremy does have the rare candy in hand, could accelerate to that Blastoise in emergency. Kyle's got the Rhyhorn.
Yep.
Okay.
We know this card, accelerating energy from your deck into play. Rillaboom doesn't really attack too often, but that hammer in can pick up a big KO at
Classic
the right time.
Pokemon attack at this point. Good old hammer in. And with the Venusaur, that means that the 2 energies will count as 4. This attack is now online, Chip.
Dealing enough to knock out Lapras and grabbing the Ordinary Rod because Kyle is definitely in need of getting some energy cards back into his
So
deck.
I thought he played an Ordinary Rod already. What was that other Rod card?
He must have played Super Rod, right?
Okay,
Yeah, lets
okay.
you search your deck for, or shuffle back in any combination of 3 Pokemon and energy cards.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of the precursor to Ordinary Rod.
Gotcha, gotcha.
And it
So
will be
yeah,
the
being able to
KO.
double dip on these Rod cards, these older ball cards, adds a lot of variety and texture to this format.
Dude, Jeremy's popping off, man. He's popping off. This is crazy.
Yeah, and we're getting down to the wire here. I think we are maybe in time. I don't know if time has been called to the players. What exactly our situation
it's plus
is.
3. It's a plus 3 situation.
All right, so Jeremy is going to be turn 1. And, you know, this is single elimination here. So we're going to go with those good old single elim rules. So whoever is ahead on prizes at the end of plus 3 turns will win our game.
And once this Rillaboom goes down, it is going to be pretty tricky, I think, for Kyle
Yeah.
to actually get another attacker up and running.
And especially an attacker that can deal with this Wailord.
Good, Professor.
There it
Zeus.
is.
Right when things are
Oh
coming down
my
the wire,
God.
This is where you need to dig the deepest into your list. We have the Wash energy now attached to the Wailord. That's the special energy it needs to trigger the bonus damage on that special
Brutal.
wave. Takes the knockout on Rillaboom.
I'm going to lose. Yeah, what are you doing?
I'm going to lose.
And
Kyle's feeling like he
Roselia?
doesn't have it, yeah. Yeah, Roselia here, this it has an attack that lets you put your opponent's active Pokemon to sleep. So it might be a stall angle here. Maybe if he can put Wailord to sleep for a turn, if Jeremy can't find a way to retreat, and then next turn Kyle can gust something, take a KO, he would actually win because he would be ahead on prizes at the end of plus 3 turns.
And does this deck actually run the Roserod, or is the Roselia there just to sleep stall?
Is someone there picking the pairing?
We'll have to double check it, but
Yeah.
if it's in there, then Kyle is definitely going to make use of that. Maybe just trying to promote this to buy 1 turn for an evolution, but Venusaur comes up into the active.
Who cares?
Scoop up that, because who cares?
JD Dealings
Go to
Inteleon is now in the active. Oh, there it is, Kyle. Pulls the trigger. Tries to pull it to
No!
sleep. It wakes up, though. 1 turn wake up. The Inteleon retreats, puts Wailord back
Yep.
into the active, and that's GG.
Kyle played to his win con, did not quite work out, and
Little bit of
Jeremy
cheating, but-
closes it out here in our
Just like I forgot
GLC
to
Caster Showdown. What a close game. It did come down to it, but Jeremy really pulled ahead at the end of the game.
Yeah, immensely fun. You can see that the energy acceleration in the water Pokemon deck really comes in
That was so
clutch when
sick.
You want to keep the pressure on your opponent. And what a great showcase that was for the Gym Leader Challenge format.
Yep, we have a little bit of time, so we wanted to get something a little fun out there while we were waiting, so hope everyone at home did enjoy. Shout-outs to Kyle and Jeremy being good sports, hopping up there. I think that was Kyle's first time playing Gym Leader Challenge, so he's definitely kind of adjusting on the fly a little bit, but I think he did okay.
Yeah, absolutely. There were so many cool Pokemon on display there, a lot of intricate moving parts, and he played it just like he kind of knew the deck already. So you can see the adaptation from these old school players still coming true. And if you enjoyed what you saw there, you know, start looking through your older cards, monotype, singleton, no rule box Pokemon.
In the
Take a
expanded
look.
format. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. You can read more about it on the Pokemon website. The Alternative Play Handbook is up there for you to read. There's tons of other great, fun alternative ways to play the Pokemon TCG, not just the standard format. But speaking of standard format, we are going to have our round 15, our win and end coming up very, very soon. I think our pairings just went up, so we're going to be getting that match to you guys before you know it. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. Love that. That's great. Sack is up. Yo, what's up, Sack? Hey, congrats on your finish with Mew.
Hello.
It's pretty surreal. It's pretty surreal. Congrats to Sack in the chat who finished top 16 with Mew as well. I see that you also have exceptional taste in Pokemon trading card game decks, so good stuff. But yeah, it's so surreal to see. It's so surreal to see a format that I created just do this. it's very, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, it's quite surreal to see players all over the world enjoying Gym Leader Challenge formats, and then and players having fun with it. The support from the Pokemon Company International, even if they don't, say gymleaderchallenge.com. I get it. They got legal things going on or something or another. I guess I get it. It's like they don't want to support my stream. They don't want to like promote me. Like, I'm a player, right? Like, I'm a player, and if they were to like promote Tricky Gym, then like that would be like favoritism. If they were to endorse Tricky Gym, then it'd be like favoritism. I get it. So they have to walk that line. I'm literally a player in the tournament they're streaming. So they can't like, yeah. They can't do that. They can't like officially endorse like a player in the tournament, I guess. Chip did say Tricky Gym though on stream, I think. Yes, I think during our interview. I'm pretty sure he said Tricky Gym. So, yes. Also, that's the thing though, is that so like they didn't used to even say Tricky Gym. They wouldn't even say that. Like back in I want to say years ago, they would not even say Tricky Gym on the official channel. So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying we're getting closer and closer, okay? Because they didn't used to say Twitter handles. They didn't used to officially say anybody's stream name or anything like that. So we're kind of we're getting there. But yeah, the thing is though is that any mention of Gym Leader Challenge is good. Because if you just type Gym Leader Challenge into Google, I'm probably going to be, like the first, you're going to see gymleaderchallenge.com. And then you're going to have everything that you need to know right here, right? Yeah, that's pretty cool. Oh, visible to only me? Well, and also all of you. Yes, analytics. So, in the last 7 days, all right. That's just from Google searches, so that's pretty good. Now, What's really exciting is gymleaderchallenge.com on like the back end of Squarespace or whatever. It gets like 15,000 views a month, which is super dope. So that's, I mean, this thing's doing numbers. Which is dope because it's like there's the rules and then there's like sample deck lists and cards you might need. So it's just 15,000 people, just 15,000 clicks a month just going to like see the rules or see what cards they might want to play in their favorite decks. Thank you, Captain Jeff, for that Prime sub. Appreciate it. Whoop. All right, let's see what we got going on over here. Wasn't there like a Champions League or something or another? Did you guys see that crazy? I told you all expanded is a joke of a format, dude. Do you guys see that expanded list that won the Champions thing? Did you guys see that thing? That deck was the Lugia deck. Yes. Did you guys see that? Someone who knows where it is on Twitter, can you please link it in the chat? Because I saw it, but I've already saw it, so I don't know where I can find it now. It's because I've scrolled past it already. See, did I like it at all? Brandon's got it. You're the man. Thank you. Did I retweet it? I don't think so. All right, look at this. This. I told you guys, expanded. Nah. All right, so the idea, this is disgusting. Quite frankly, this is an abomination. This is an abomination and proof that expanded format is not meant to exist. Okay? So let me explain to you guys the idea here. The idea here is to make it so that your opponent can't play the game. So, this is how we do it. You want to make it so that your opponent just loses instantly. That's the idea. You have 3 Silent Labs, so if your opponent plays Wobbuffet, too bad. You could just turn it off and good to go. So, you've got Lugia and Archeops. You've got the card Wally. Right? And with Wally, you can evolve Lugia into Archeops on the first turn of the game. You get to search your deck for a card that evolves from one of your Pokemon, excluding Pokemon EX. So see, Wally was supposed to exclude Pokemon like Rulebox Pokemon. Okay? Wally was supposed to exclude Pokemon EX. It was never supposed to involve Rulebox Pokemon like that, but they didn't make the card future-proof. So, search your deck for a card that evolves from one of your Pokemon. Because this card was printed in 2000. This one was printed in 2016. But the oldest Wally, 2015. Roaring Skies. Search your deck for a card that evolves from one of your Pokemon and put it onto that Pokemon. This counts as evolving that Pokemon. Shuffle your deck. You can use this card during your first turn or on a Pokemon that was put into play this turn. So what happens is that, let's see, Pokemon Promos in the chat is telling me this winner beat 7 other Lugia Dragon decks. Everyone had the same list. Yeah, like I said, this format, it needs a lot of help in order to be a playable format. Okay. Search your deck for a card that evolves from one of your Pokemon. You could do it instantly on the first turn of the game and all that. This card is supposed to exclude Pokemon EX, which were the only rule box Pokemon during the time that this card was printed. But Pokemon V-Star are not Pokemon EX. So what you could do is you could use Battle Compressor to send your one of Wally to the discard pile, or you can use Quick Ball to search out Tapu Lele GX to go find your one of Wally and evolve Lugia V into Lugia V-Star on the first turn of the game. The cool thing about Battle Compressor is that, guess what? It also sends 2 Archeops to the discard pile. So with Battle Compressor, you could send 2 Archeops to the discard pile, and you could send your Wally so that you can Verse Seeker for Wally. Boom, boom. There you go. So on the first turn of the game, you get to use Lugia V-Star's Summoning Star ability. That's turn 1. Is that the same? Yeah, I imagine the same thing. That's turn 1. Yep. Now, what am I going to do with Lugia V-Star in play on the first turn of the game? I'm glad you asked, because what we're going to do is we're going to take Double Dragon Energy. What could possibly go wrong with Double Dragon Energy? Double Dragon Energy can only be attached to Dragon Pokemon. This card provides every type of energy, but only 2 energy at a time, only while it's attached to a Dragon Pokemon. So the idea is that once you've got 2 Archeops into play, on the first turn of the game, mind you, you can pump 4 Double Dragon Energy into play. Let me ask you guys something. Are you supposed to be able to put 4 Double Dragon Energy into play on the first turn of the game? Now, what do you think? Should you be able to put 4 Double Dragon Energy? No! Why not? I'll show you why not. All right. Garchomp and Giratina Tag Team GX. So on the first turn of the game, going second, if your opponent doesn't have more than 2 Pokemon in play, you can pump 4 Double Dragon Energy onto Garchomp and Giratina Tag Team GX and use GGN GX, which allows you to discard 2 of your opponent's Pokemon and all cards attached to them. So, no, it's not tag teams that are the problem. It's the whole thing. Tag teams are a problem. V-Stars are a problem. The whole, all of it. The cards are too powerful. They don't jive well with the old broken trainers, the new broken Pokemon. It's no wonder that, okay, Pokemon have been printed for, we're talking about a format that goes back 10 years, 11 years, 12 years? We're talking about a format that goes back to like 2011. And you're telling me out of all of these finishes, Dragon Lugia, Mew Genesect, Dragon Lugia. Is this like, what is this the results? What am I looking at here? That's matchups. Okay. It must have been a Alolan Persian, which blocks special energy. It must have been a Alolan Persian. So, but they beat it, right? So you have 13 years worth of cards that have boiled down to just Lugia and Archeops. So you're telling me in the last 13 years, the most recent card is by far the best one? Of course it is. because the power creep's that nuts. So it's like, the thing is you can't really have like this format. It just doesn't make sense. Standard's nearly the same, sure, but the idea of this deck is to stop your opponent from playing on the first turn of the game. So it's like there's not even much of a game to be had. Yeah, thanks, Walkman. I do have to say, this Champions League promo card, this is nuts. They should do this for regionals. Yeah, why not? Pokemon, why can't we have exclusive regional promo cards? You wouldn't even need to, like, up our pricing. What if you just gave us nice little, you know, what if you gave us little medals like this? The thing is that I can't believe that they hosted a tournament in this format without addressing any of these issues. Thank you, Smoke12 Night, for the 12 months. Is this the one? Yeah. Looks like the painting. Yeah, I love this too. I saw that. Yeah. Yeah. It looks like Michelangelo came back from the dead to paint it himself. Yeah. Meanwhile, we just get a stamp quick ball. Yeah, literally. Yep. So yeah, I don't know why anybody would feel the need to play this format. Just kind of period. I mean, it's just like, it's incredibly toxic, and it has been for years now. It's just, well, the thing, Wobbuffet and Klefki don't even matter. You just use Silent Lab to turn them off. Right? If your opponent sends anything to the discard pile, you could just Giraffe Rig and send it to the Lost Zone instead. If your opponent's playing Mew, you got Drapion. It's broken. Just completely broken. Yeah. So this seems like a mess to me. And I don't think that, frankly, I don't think that Expanded is in a super redeemable position with the way that the card design is going. Like, as it is right now, the decks just keep getting more and more and more broken. And Pokemon Promo says, yeah, you have to go second. Right, that's the whole idea. You have to go second so that you could do the combo, and then it just keeps getting more and more and more broken. Like, do you guys remember the Trevenant and Dusknoir? That deck was like incredibly broken and toxic years ago. And now this is the new broken and toxic. Just completely remove your opponent's Pokemon turn one. I don't know. Imagine a deck that gets more broken than this. I don't know. Where does expanded format go from here? Where do you go from here? You can get 8 Dragon Energy into play turn 1. Turn 1, 8 Dragon Energy in play. Fine format, no problems. Yeah, thank you, Prime Time, for the 12 months. I don't know, like, okay. Any guys played Standard recently? Y'all played any of them, Mew VMAX or... Y'all ever played, like, Mew VMAX or Lugia V-Star? Y'all ever played either of those decks? Have you ever thought to yourself, man, I wish my broken Lugia deck was more broken so that I could play my Lugia and keep my opponent from playing the game altogether? Have you ever played Mew VMAX and you're like, you know what, this deck needs to be more broken? Like, no, the standard versions of those decks are already broken. Thank you, badbuilds.com, for the Prime sub. Logan Davis says there were so many people complaining about the format this weekend, like even in player interviews that kept being said, this seems irredeemable. Like I said, see, I've been saying it. Of course, it's a dead format. Thank you, Astro Luna, for the Prime sub. Is that true? Did anybody watch in Japanese and can confirm that people were actually like saying that the format seemed silly on stream? Was that commentary actually happening? Yeah, thanks Luna for the sub. Anybody else? And I got one person saying that in the chat, but I want to see if Logan Davis has said it in the chat. There are so many people complaining about the format this weekend, even in player interviews that kept being said. Well, I'm basically wondering, like, where did you see or hear that? What's the context for that? Oh, you're talking about Standard in Knoxville. Oh, I was going to say, if people were complaining, I'd be very surprised if people were complaining about Expanded during that format. That would have been insane. Got it. You were talking about Standard. Yeah. Well, right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, the Lugia is already like the most dominant card ever printed. Like one of the most dominant. Lugia Archeops, one of the most dominant. Dude, there's something just like something not right about pumping 4 special energy into play a turn. It's just, yeah, there's something just so natural. All right. Pokemon Promo says everyone loves Expanded in Japan, and if they lose a match, they laugh at the ridiculousness. Man. What? This is funny? Yeah, not for me. I'm cool. It's a meme. I guess there's just different attitudes. We do not take it serious. Yeah. So it's a meme. They don't take it very seriously. Yeah, but that's just not, that's not how things go over here. Okay, imagine players like, you know, paying hundreds of dollars for flights, driving 9 hours to a regional championships to sleeve this stuff up. Like, yeah, right, dude. Imagine like a 10-hour road trip to play this format. Imagine paying for 3 nights in a hotel to play this format. Imagine playtesting this format. I don't know. It's interesting to me that there's this attitude towards expanded in Japan, because the attitude towards expanded from the Pokemon Company International is I pretend I do not see it. Yeah. No, there's not even expanded side events. There are no Pokemon, we simply pretend we do not see expanded over here. And this is why. Yeah. No, our side events are Gym Leader Challenge, which players actually have a lot of fun doing that. Yeah, our expanded is a version that I made up, basically. That's what we do at side events now. I mean, then there's standard side events too, and there's like you like build and battle side events, but there's no expanded. Yeah, here we pretend expanded isn't real. There they pretend like the Pokemon Trading Card Game Online and the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live isn't real. Right. So this just seems like nonsense to me. I mean, it's a cracked deck. It's incredibly broken, but to what end? You know, in my opinion, I think expanded just been kind of a mess for a really long time. So that's that. Now, wasn't there also a post-rotation standard events in Japan?
でね、ちょっと後ろ見ても分かる通り、イラストも一新されて、そして僕たちも、はい、ちょっとちょうど後ろのね、コライドン、ミライドンと一緒。
So, let me get this straight. Were there 2 Champions Leagues in Japan this past weekend? So what is this? Day 1? There were not 2 Champions League. So then what is this? So what was this from? Right, there's one. So then what is this? What's this expanded event? Because this also says Champions League. This was a side event? Holy moly. They got this for a side event? All right, TPCI. You win that for a side event? All right, TPCI, I'm going to need you guys to hold up. Hold up. All right, so the Champions League. So people just play expanded to goof around. I got it. It's not really treated like a real format. They're just goofing around. So this is like a side event, which seems kind of silly. I get it. Okay. I get it. That's why this seems so silly, because it is silly. It's a silly side event. I assumed incorrectly that because there was a trophy that it was like a serious tournament. But holy smokes, no. You just get this from a side event. Hegster said around 30,000 people apply to play in the Champions League. Oh my God. What? I'm sure it's still awesome to win it. That's sick. Yeah, obviously. So what is this? Is this day 1 and then this day 2?
そして対戦の
So we got day 1 here and day... Yeah. Cool. Cool. This is the finals match? All right, cool. Well, I think... I mean, how much... So day 1 is like 9 hours, dude. That's sick. You had it the exact start time? Well, I don't want to just watch the finals. I want to watch the build-up, you know? I want to watch it all. I'm kind of interested. I don't want to just watch the finals. I want to see how we got there. You know? Kind of, this is content right here. That's what I'm saying. We got Arceus versus Kyogre Lost Box is what it looks like. This is Gucci. I love that. The camera coming in is super cool. They should do that with the official streams as well, I think. Holy... Whoa! Whoa! How did I get over here, bro? How did I get here, dude? Where is this camera? Hold up. All right, yeah, they doing it over here.
なるほど。これどうでしょう。海洋がと思います。はい。V スターのトリニティノバで。
Yeah, I'm taking notes, bro.
を出していきたいと思うので、はい。そこは一つこう。
This is sick.
なってる部分はあると思います。はい。そして
1戦目がスタートしました。はい。海洋がからのスタートになります。最初のバトル場。
I don't really know how the camera got over there. I'm gonna be honest with you.
海洋が印象的には最後のフィニッシャー、そんな役割をこう印象。
The point of view is insane.
このスタートいかがですか？
All right, so this deck plays Gardevoir and it plays Kyogre. Holy moly. What? And it plays Gudra. Yeah. I'm not exactly sure that that was a shuffle. Hold up. Hold up. All right, what are we saying? All right. Oh, he's shuffling off camera. All right, let me see here. We gave it. All right, we got a couple of mashes. Okay. That's the cut. All right, we're chilling. Level ball. Everything is so flawless. Thank you, Vodouche, for the Prime sub and the 15 months. Everything looks fantastic about the production, but why don't you have the little corners cut out of the cards here? It's like, dude, you got the 3D, 5D, over the shoulder, point of view camera. But you're telling me, cut the little white corners out, dude. Come on. Pablo called that out too. Because it's crazy. Why are you telling me? You guys are the ones that make the cards, bro.
ボール2枚、アルセウス V1 枚というサイド構成ではありましたが、ここしっかりアルセウス V でこのバトル場戦いが始まったのはこれ大きいですか？
そうですね。やっぱりこうアルセウス V、アルセウス V スターのデッキはこうしっかりバトル場
Like you don't have to get the images secondhand from Google like the rest of us.
エネルギーを加速していくっていうのがこう定石の動きというか一つ強い動きなので。
Yeah, this angle's sick. I feel like I'm in the driver's seat. All right, here we go.
さあベンチに輝く月光が、そしてラルトスが並んでバンを返していく。
All right. Well, now you got me thinking about. Now you got me thinking about point of view. Now you got me thinking about point of view cameras for my own tabletop content. Dang. Like, I'm wondering, what kind of angles would I have to get? How do I could probably do it. Yeah, I could. Cameras on the forehead. It's not a camera? What? It does feel like the angle they're getting is like, it feels like the camera is like right on their chest. It's 3D rendered? What? Nah. Well, it's gotta be 3D rendered. It ain't on the headset, bro. If it was on the headset, it'd be shaking. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it's like desktop. I'm thinking it's 3D rendered, kind of, right? The camera's probably above them with a wider lens. I agree. Yeah, it looks a little distorted. I think it's all like just rendered, I think. Yeah. Because like, look at the transition. Like, you wouldn't be able to make this transition unless it was rendered somehow. And it's distorted a little bit. It's not just a camera. Yeah, I agree, Blast Boys. I think it's like that. But it's super dope, though.
ただそのアルセウス V、V スターが入っているデッキですので、そこまで枚数がこの VMAX 多くないのかなという印象の中でのハイパーボールでの最初のトラッシュ、いかがですかね？
そうですね。ただまあ手札に
That's crazy.
したくないカードがあったのかなという印象ですね。
ここは一つそこをせざるを得ないという部分もあったかもしれません。ハイパーボールでしっかりと山札を確認して最終的にアルセウス
All right, so we got what? An Arceus, and then there's water energy.
さっきちょっとちらっと空を飛ぶピカチュウ V が見えまして、なので空を飛ぶピカチュウ VMAX
It looks pretty good, though, honestly.
はい。この白馬バドレックス VMAX、そしてアルセウス V が見えていて、さらに空を飛ぶピカチュウというところ、これは
I think it's like the way that cutting works is like you tell your opponent how many cards you want them to cut. Because they've got like a thing of plexiglass between them. Which is wild.
対してもうこう強いというかもう無敵みたいな状況で戦える一つ強いカードになっています。
Alright, hold up. Dave's linking me something. How's bird's eye view working cars? How does it work? Yeah. Yeah, I ain't gonna be able to get into all that.
大乱数という技が非常に強力で、水エネルギー2個で使えるんですが、こうダメージを調節。
I don't know how they check their opponent's discards pile. They probably just ask. Oh, is it Shadow Rider? There's water energy in it. How could it be Shadow Rider? There's lightning energy. I don't know why they're showing a Shadow Rider.
はい、このね大乱数という技が250ダメージを目指せる技になっているので、そこにこだわりベルトなんかを
There's water. There's Ice Rider.
ブイスターを一発で倒せる非常に強力なポケモン。
Is that the rider they were looking for?
やっぱり今 HP 320っていうの
All right, now I gotta say,
はい。
okay. It's like the production with the camera angles and stuff is all like really saucy. And then they like slap the image just over top of dude's face. It's just like really sick, right? They're just like, I'll just slap. There goes the Ice Rider.
インパクトなんかこう280ダメージで、プラスこだわりベルトで310ダメージみたいなのを耐えれたりするので、320っていうのは一つ大きな HP だなと思います。
神山選手、高校最初の番ダブルターボエネルギーをしっかりと RSSV につけて、
All right, we got Kyogre, we got Curlia.
の RSSV にもエネルギーが加速して番を返していきました。先行2回目の番です。はい。神山選手のこの高校最初の番の動きとしてはもう十分ですよね。
Okay, we got a concealed cards, we got a refinement. Looks like multiple Gardevoir being set up. So is this a deck that tries to attack with Gardevoir EX? I don't think I saw Gardevoir EX in their deck, but maybe? I mean, I'm seeing water energy. It's just like a very confusing strategy. I'm not exactly sure what's going on here.
まあ今は使わないだろうなというカードをトラッシュしながら山札引いていける非常に強い特性ですよね。はい。
そして今画面中央に出ていますが、ジャッジマン高校最初の番の神山選手も使っていましたが、これちょっと結構こう今大会の一つキーカードにもなってきそうですよね。
そうですね。このジャッジマンによって相手の手札にも干渉できますし、はい。こう相手がこうどんどん
Dang, look at that glitzy looking table. Isn't that cool? So we just gotta pass after the judge. Culver's experiments. Yeah, look at that table, dude. Isn't that thing insane?
そうですね。ジャッジマンによってこうエネルギーばっかりに手札がなってしまったりすることもあるんですが、しっかりサポート引けてますし、アクロマの実験を採用しているっていうところで、神山選手はこうあんまりこうリソースを無駄にしたくないというか、あまりトラッシュしたくない、しっかり手札を蓄えたまま増やしていきたいっていう。
Sending a couple cards away to the lost zone.
はい。さあこの後です。ここからまあその平田選手に関してはバトル
And Scott switch. That's a dope switch. Don't think I've seen that. Lightning energy on the bench Arceus. Yo, tell me we're going in for the turn 2. The path and just that's Power Edge, baby. That's a turn 2 Power Edge. Okay. This thing's going hard. Doubled up on Curlia's now. Radiant Greninja in the active spot. For another Ralts. Got it, got it. Wow, they got energy counter, support counter. That's crazy. Okay, refinements. I like the tapping. Good, the tapping. Yes, and now a Gardevoir. Good, good. Tapping good. Tapping great. Thank you. Yes, refinement for 2. Good. Drawn some more cards. So this deck's just drawing a ton of cards. Just give it a good tippy tap. So we're drawing a lot of cards. I'm not exactly sure the end to which we're getting. There's like a Goodra somewhere. It looks like there's 4 Seal Stone in the hands.
それでこう翡翠ヌメロゴン V スターに加速していくような形なのかなと思います。
No, this is just round one,
そう
guys.
ですね。このリファインとかアルカナシャインを使いながら手札も増やせますし、こう安定感のある構築にしているというところですかね。
Got another Gardevoir.
進化させていきますね。
Draw 2 more cards. Didn't he just evolve that?
ただそのアタッカーらしいアタッカーがここで
No, right?
翡翠ヌメルゴン
I
V
hope not.
はい。
I could have sworn.
この翡翠ヌメロゴン V が進化すると V スターになるんですが、この翡翠ヌメロゴン V スターが非常に強力なポケモンで、
All right, now we got the V Star. Yeah, it was definitely a double evolve, right? Like I'm not tripping, right? Let's watch it back.
そうですね。が出てます。はい。
Caught you red-handed, buddy. All right, Power Edge, Knockout, Greninja. Beginning of this turn, we got a Ralts and a Curlia. Where's the broken time space? I got you an HD, bucko. They're evolving to Curlia, Refinement, or Level Ball. Yep. Can't be doing that. So then does do the commentators catch it, or they just let it slide?
まあそういったところだと思うんですけれども、
そうですね。自分が特性を使ってからっていうところですね。ただまあしっかり相手のポケモン倒せてますし、エネルギーも十分についてます。
That's a double evolve.
全然大丈夫かなと思います。
これ先行3回目の番なんですが、平田選手まだちょっとポケモン V が見えていない。まあトラッシュにドラピオン V がね。
You cannot evolve that Curlia, bro.
まだ
それ以外のところで言うとサイドに。
No, that Curlia evolved this turn, 100%.
はい。
この後の展開というのは、よくさんどんなものを狙っていきたいですかね。
そうですね。このサーナイト、今見えているアルカナシャインという特性が強力で、山札上から2枚見て、その2枚がこう基本エネルギーある分だけつけられるんですけど。
All right, now you guys will get to see the chat react.
加速していくような形なのかなと思います。
Those of you that speak Japanese, by the way, because I don't. See, waits a long time. You cannot do that.
どんどん進化させていきますね。はい。
まあ一つこうサーナイトには、ただそのアタッカーらしいアタッカーがここで翡翠ヌメルゴン V。
はい。登場しましたね。この翡翠ヌメルゴン V が進化すると V スターになるんですが、
Definitely cannot do that.
V スターが非常に強力なポケモンで、アイアンローリ
Dang, this round
を
one.
使って200ダメージ与えていきながら、自身は次の番受けるダメージマイナス80ということで、すごく硬くなるポケモンなんですね。
Nothing from chat?
V スターパワーも
There's nothing in the chat. Oh God.
階級の敵となって
No one in the chat is like, hey, hey, hey.
翡翠ヌメルゴン V スターが手札にと。しかもこの森の封印石もついています。ここから月光手裏剣が飛んでいってアルセウス V に2匹とも90ダメージが入ります。
はい、この月光手裏剣で90ダメージが2匹乗ったことによって、どっちもアルセウス V スターに進化したとしても、
At this point,
HP280 なんですが、どっちもこう190になる HP が。
All right, at this point, they're like, oh, they did just now? Okay. They caught it. They caught it. Okay. But the thing is, they're like in an irredeemable game state almost. I mean, they've like, because dude has drawn 2 cards. He's drawn 2 cards, not an irreparable game state, but he's definitely, it's a 2 prize penalty at the very least. Things need to be rewinded and 2 prizes would be awarded to the other person. Yeah. It's definitely a double prize penalty. Well, would be. They're all saying it now. Okay. Do the commentators, Pokemon promos, let me know if the commentators get into it.
手裏剣は見えたんですが、神山優也
Have the
選手
commentators
なかなか
noticed?
この先ほど少し見えていた白馬バドレックス、この槍が大ランスが、
そうですね。
この後ちょっとまだ見えていないということで、こちらもその V スター、そして VMAX というところの展開がこの後鍵になってきますか、よくさん。
そうですね。やっぱり。
The judge! It's over, bro. With the judge, that's a game loss, brother. Now that there's a judge, that's a whole game loss. You can't fix it. You can't. They drew the 2 extra yeah, it's okay. That's a whole game loss. Thank you, Evers, for the 33 months. I appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, you can't fix it now. It's over. GG. Yo, look at the judge popping up in the middle of the screen. That's crazy that the card scan kind of just goes wherever it wants, you know?
アタッカーである水の目の V とか V スターを倒していきたいですよね。
そしてまた三度ジャッジマント。
いや今大会ジャッジマンが結構見られそうですよね。はい、非常に強力。ただこう自身も、手札戻して4枚引くので、
そうですね。
自身も結構ねこうできることが限られてしまう手札になってしまうことがあるんですが。
タイミングを測らなければいけない。
ポイントですよね。
改めて今大会から
The reason it's a game loss is because you can't repair the game state now. But I guess we don't know. What if the Gudra and the four Sealstone came off of it? I don't know. There was stuff done after the draw on the Guardy, though. There was stuff. What if the Gudra? What if the... Right. What if any of that came off of... You just don't know.
Marie というサポートカードありましたが、今大会からはマリーがデッキに、今回オープンリーグだけですね、デッキに入れられるのは。
そうですね。スタンダードレギュレーションではマリオも使えないということで。
その代わりとしてジャッジマンが多く難しいところというか。
入れちゃうっていうことは。あれこれ今出したんだっけ
？Are they attempting to what? Oh God. Oh no. Are they trying to rewind it now? Oh God. No, not like this, bro. Not like this.
いうところの話がありましたが、
Not like this, bro. Not like this.
二進化ポケモンというのはなかなかこう選手にとっても。
All right, this game kind of a sham, dude. I'm not gonna lie. Let's roll on to the next one. That game was a mess. We're gonna move on. Game 2, brother. Yeah, round 2. Ding ding.
さあ、国馬バドレックス V でのスタートになったのは日野選手、そして花を選びたいと話していた安岡選手は、キュアワーからのスタートです。
そうですね、もうまさに花を選ぶところから始まりました。
All right, we got Shadow Rider Weird Ear on the left versus Lost Box on the right. This is pretty sick. They got a Shadow Rider with a Psychic Energy and a big old pass. And then, if you've been watching Standard, then you know a whole lot about flower selecting. That's right. You get to look at the top 2 cards of your deck. Put one into your hand, one into the Lost Zone. I Comfy. I get another Comfy. I switch card into the other Comfy, and I do some more selecting. Selectivity. Boom. I'm going to go ahead and put this out there. I absolutely hate that the opponent draws these cards upside. I can't stand that the person draws these cards upside down. It ain't natural, all right? It's unnatural. Why are you drawing the cards upside down, brother? Yo, homie. Homie, put them cards right side up.
の怪し V 特性フロンティアロードで、バトル場に怪し V がこう出てくるときに場のエネルギーをすべてこの怪し V に固めるっていうことができる、はい、自由につけることができるので、最後フィニッシャーとしてこのバリアラッシュを使って勝つみたいなところが一つこう戦術になってくるかなと思います。なるほど。
Okay, so they got a flower selecting. They're send 2 to the Lost Zone. Looks like they're sending Mirage Gate and Roxanne to the Lost Zone. They got a Colress, a Grass Energy, and maybe an Ultra Ball that they're going to keep in their hand. And this is Lost Box Giratina, which is apparently one of the best decks in the formats post-rotation, Lost Box Giratina. So this should definitely be a deck to watch. Those Giratina Vs looking super gnarly on the bench. Obviously, be able to dish out some heavy damage to the Shadow Riders, and then the Lost Abyss. Is it Lost Abyss? You get to look at the top 4, pick 2 to go to your hand, 2 to the Lost Zone. And gonna send, wow, I mean, that's one heck of a Lost Abyss. Abyss Seeking, that's it. That's one heck of an Abyss Seeking, sending 2 Battle VIP Pass to the Lost Zone. You're not gonna want those anymore. So, good stuff. So it's a pretty good turn 1. The Giratina is not really worried about the Shadow Rider cooking up a turn 2 knockout at all. So they're pretty much just chilling, sending more cards to the Lost Zone. And this is part of what makes Giratina so good, is like, yeah, you don't have Scoop Up Net anymore, but other decks just aren't as fast or aggressive as maybe they used to be. So you can easily just, you know, power into your deck with Comfy and Abyss Seeking and send cards to the Lost Zone. Set up for that huge one-hit KO potential with Giratina V-Star. It's good stuff. And look at that. They've already got, with a Colress's Experiment, sending 2 to the Lost Zone, Abyss Seeking sending 2 to the Lost Zone, and then each Comfy sending 1 to the Lost Zone. They've got 6 cards in the Lost Zone turn 1, and that's without Scoop Up Nets. Apparently, Giratina V-Star was 37.5% of the meta share in tournament. That's what Millennial in the chat is saying. That's crazy. Alright, we got Shadow Rider. Cool. Underworld Door. Yep, okay. Yep, Underworld Door. I'm assuming. Oh, we got an attachment. And then Research, discard, draw 7. Cool. I have a sneaking suspicion. That the Shadow Rider player is going to get blown out. But that's my sneaking suspicion. I think Giratina is about to go ham. Cool, we got Nest Ball. Let's get some more riders out, ready to go. It's cool, I'm telling you. No spoiler, yeah, no spoilers. Pokemon promos, no spoilers, no spoilers, no spoilers, for sure. Yo, we got Shadow Rider Guardy? Okay, well now we're talking. Yeah, no pre-watching either, okay? It's messed up. I did hear a Guardy made it to the finals, though, so that's pretty sick. And they just have to pass. Okay. So the cool thing about another Colress, you love it when you're just back-to-back Colress. Yup. The cool thing about Shadow Rider with Gardevoir is that they should be able to just pump energy into play infinitely, right? So you can like do as much damage as you possibly want with the Gardevoir EX, which is kind of gnarly, right? And yeah, the Gardevoir EX, you just pump as much energy into play as you want, and then with Shadow Rider, you can do as much damage as you want. So if they're able to set that up, that's going to be pretty dope. Looks like they have over 7 cards in the Lost Zone now, so they are good for Mirage Gate now. Looks like Ultra Ball is going to get played to go get a Giratina V-Star. And players just going to take a look at their deck a little bit. We're not warping around to the point of view cam this time, so that's sad. I like seeing exactly what's going on. Okay, there's the cut. And see what else they're working with. They got the Giratina V-Star. If they've got a Mirage Gate, they'll be able to fire off a... what is it? Is it Lost? Man, dude, I gotta look up that. It's been a long time since I've looked at the Giratina, dude. Lost Impact. 280 damage. Looks like they're going to switch and flower select a little more. Yeah, Lost Impact. Oh, that makes sense. So if they... there's different tables going on at the same time, so they can just keep doing different matches. That's crazy. Yeah, that's... I mean, with the way that the tournaments are structured in Japan, they can do that. There comes the Mirage Gate. Can accelerate a Psychic and a Grass Energy from the deck to the Giratina V. And then, or I guess a Psychic and a Water Energy to the Giratina V. There they go. And now with the Giratina V-Star in hand, they don't have 10 in the Lost Zone yet. So they won't be able to use their Lost Abyss or Star Requiem, sorry. They won't be able to use their Star Requiem on this Shadow Rider. Because they're not quite there yet, I don't think. We're getting there, though. Sending a Mirage Gate to the Lost Zone. Thank you, Tim Tam, for the Prime sub. And now we've got the Giratina V-Star is actually being evolved on the one without the energy. And we see the Tina player is actually just going to pass. So it's interesting. They evolve up the Giratina without the energy and decide to pass. And I think they want to just try and build towards a Star Requiem. Which is, yeah, that's what they're going for, which is cool. Makes sense. They want to just knock out the Shadow Rider in one hit when they get there. So they don't want to waste energy and resources to 2-hit KO when they can just 1-hit KO. But that is going to give this Shadow Rider deck another turn to stabilize. A cool thing about the Shadow Rider deck, I get the combo. You can pump as much energy into play as you want with Gardevoir, and then you can put all that energy onto Weird Ear. That's pretty gnarly. I like that. So we got an Underworld Door to attach an energy and draw 2. Kirlia can use its Refinement ability to discard another Kirlia and draw 2 more cards. And then What are we looking at? Ultra Ball, probably to grab another Shadow Rider. Could maybe get another Underworld Door in, but it's going to be at least another turn until we get that Gardevoir EX online. And as it is right now, that Shadow Rider is really in danger of getting knocked out. And that's yeah, that's going to be a problem. So the second Shadow Rider will Underworld Door to itself. Draw 2. Dope. And then Fog Crystal, maybe to get either another Ralts or another Shadow Rider V. Looks like actually a Psychic Energy to attach. And the Shadow Rider is going to be able to take a knockout this turn. So that's pretty cool. There's enough energy in play. We're going to see a Max Geist for, what, 369, 12, 15, 160 damage. More than enough to knock out this Comfy. Looks like we're getting a Judge Shuffle. Oh, baby. Don't know why, but that's fine. Psychic Energy, and there we go. Max Geist. And the Comfy is knocked out. First prize taken. But this Shadow Rider is about to be having a real bad time. Here comes Giratina, and I suspect that we're going to see another Culver's Experiment. There's Giratina V-Star number 2. And Culver's Experiments will make it so there's definitely 10 cards in that Lost Zone. I don't think there's quite 10 there yet. Mirage Gates get 2 more energy into play. There's already 10? How do you guys know? He does have 10? How do you guys know? Can you just count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, that's it. So there's 10. All right, I see it. I see it. All right, thanks. There's 10 exactly. Okay, cool. So yeah. All right, dude on the left is totally bodied. Because now this dude on the right's got 10 in the Lost Zone. That final Comfy last turn got him there, but wasn't able to have a switch card to get him into it. Grass and Water going on to the benched Giratina V-Star with the Mirage Gates. And another Culver's Experiment. This is what... All right, post-rotation. Is his name Shota on the right? No, I don't know. I don't know either of these players, and I don't know many Japanese players at all. No, I don't know Shota, but I know from seeing chat talk about him. But I gotta say that Judge is like very important post-rotation. Like, look at this. I mean, you're just allowing your opponent to you can't just allow a Lost Box deck to have their hand uninterrupted. You just can't, or else you're really going to be in a world of pain if you do. I'm just saying, any Lost Box deck that plays Culver's Experiment 3 turns in a row, you're toast, bud. You're probably toast. If you just let your opponent go, Culver's, yeah, pack it up. You're done. Yeah. All right, we're at 12 cards in the Lost Zone. More than enough. Radiant Greninja down as well. There's the cut. I do suspect that we are going to see a Star Requiem from the Giratina this turn. Concealed cards will net 2 more. And here we go. Star Requiem. Instant KO for 3 prize cards. Listen to that caster pop off. That's sick. So Shota goes up. I mean, that's on turn 3. Someone said that. Someone in chat said that post rotation looks a lot slower than standard currently. That's still 3 prizes on turn 3. Nah, it's not. You know, I think the deck on the left is trying to like set up a little bit. But yeah, that's 3 prizes in 3 turns for sure. And finally, we have Gardevoir EX in play. I don't know that dude on the left used Refinement before evolving that. Might have been a missed opportunity. That or I was just tripping, so I don't know. Maybe I wasn't paying attention. I agree, Jacob. Yeah, the format's going to take a couple... I think it's going to take until all of the Sword and Shield block rotates out to slow down. But then when all of the... when the Sword and Shield block rotates out, I think the game will slow down adequately, yeah. Gardevoir EX online, Shadow Rider online. I mean, so if there's enough energy in the discard pile, but this is kind of like one of the major issues with the deck is that, right? Player on the left's got 5 prizes left to take. They could theoretically one-hit KO this Giratina if they pump all of their energy back from the discard pile and then switch into Weirdeer. Weirdeer can maybe, like, if you have enough psychic energy, Weirdeer could take a knockout. Then the Giratina V-Star on the bench comes up and then could potentially knock out the Weirdeer. Then maybe, yeah, it seems like an unfavorable prize trade for the VMAX deck. That's going to be a big research, discard and draw 7. Yeah, VMAXs do seem like a very big liability. Underworld Door. Here goes Psychic Energy onto Gardevoir EX. And Fog Crystal will either go get a basic Psychic Pokemon or a Psychic Energy. There's Psychic Energy. Okay, just the 1 card cut. We've got 3 Psychic Energy in play. It's not a lot. Weirdeer V's attack. I'm going to look this up. Weirdeer. Alright, Weirdeer V's attack. Psy Shield Bash does 40 damage times the amount of energy attached to this Pokemon. So, 40 times? It would need a ton. It would need like 8 times 4 is 32. It would need 7. Oh, Instead, all we got is, oh, this is not good. This is not good at all. Max Geist for, that ain't gonna do it. 36 now, 130 damage. This Shadow Rider deck is cooked. He's cooked, bro. Yeah, it ain't going on over there. No, Shadow Rider's getting absolutely cooked by this Giratina. 100%. はい。 that gives him one less retreat on basic Pokemon and concealed cards for 2. I mean, all Shota has to do is just attack twice. Yeah, Lost Impact for 280. It's fine. That's just so much damage. And 3 prizers just trade so bad with Giratina. I mean, look, Giratina is just... Giratina V-Star has no weakness. It plays well with the best engine post-rotation, which is the Lost Box engine. It one-hit KOs things. It also can just do 280 damage. You also have access to Sableye, and you have access to Cramorant, which are the best single prize attackers. Some of the best single prize attackers that the game has ever seen. The V has Shred. I like Mew VMAX a lot post-rotation. I've seen you asking about that, Walkman. I like Mew VMAX a lot. Sounds like Mew VMAX is going to continue to be a great deck post-rotation, so I'm looking forward to that, but I haven't gotten my hands on a post-rotation Mew deck yet. And I also don't know exactly what the meta... It sounds like the meta is going to be quite a bit of Giratina, maybe some Guardy stuff, so we'll have to see, you know, how Mew fits into the meta equation, but... Mew's ability to judge, I think, is its best quality. Judging your opponent's just really good. All right, Underworld Door, another Ralt hits the bench. Underworld Door onto Guardy, draw 2. The Gardevoir does have a good amount of HP. It's like 310 HP or something. So, like, maybe we have to see... the Shadow Rider retreats. Looks like maybe another Fog Crystal to get another Shadow Rider V, but it does feel like too little too late. Notice how many times has the player on the left actually disrupted the player on the right's hand? Like none. Shota is just gripping that hand. A huge hand. It's like, does Shota have the game-winning boss's orders? Definitely. Or game-winning, you know, Radiant Greninja for 90? Absolutely. Yeah, Shadow Rider also wants a big hand, that's true. But Giratina is too powerful of a deck to not have Judge, I think. So here comes the hard retreat into Gardevoir. Thank you, DTJ, for the 28 months. And then there are 2 energy on the Gardevoir. The Gardevoir can accelerate one to itself with its ability. Cleaning up the board a little bit. Appreciate that. Thanks, judges. Man, what's up with putting the energy underneath the Pokemon? Is that just the style in Japan? That's just the style, isn't it? Is that just how everybody does it? Of course we do it otherwise. We put the energy on top.
Pokemon Ultra Ball.
Like God intended. Sticking out the top. This is how it's supposed to be done. Duh. No, I'm just talking about positioned upwards towards the card. I'm attaching in random directions, but never below. No, it's not because the plexiglass. I'm telling you, because look, even the ones on the bench. I think it's just the style, dude. Gotta say, I definitely, you know, I'm not trying to compare myself to others, but I'm just saying, I really know how to light a table, don't I? Every once in a while, it's okay to pat yourself on the back. I know, right? I do a mean lighting job, just saying. Yeah. Yeah, this table, perfectly lit. This table, that lost zone's looking a little harsh. Okay, so Gardevoir EX coming up, and we'll be able to take the knockout on Giratina. But does Shota have to... Okay, here we go. Look. All right, thanks, Shota. I appreciate it. Okay, Shota fixed it. That's what I'm talking about. Now that looks natural right there. Thanks, Shota. And there's the game-winning boss's orders. That's it. And there we go. Yo, look at that pop. All right, that pop-off was... Listen to this pop-off.
さあ1枚かなりありますからね、安岡選手の最初のカードはボスの指令呼び出されたの国馬バドレックス VMAX このままロストインパクト2度目の衝撃が走る国馬バドレックス VMAX が気絶2匹の国馬バドレックス VMAX を倒して安岡選手が初戦を制しましたいや見事です綺麗なプレイングでしたそうですね最後日野選手もかなり粘った部分あったんですが序盤からのこの流れのプレイング
That's so hype. Love it. I know. Ahmed needs to start going to tournaments in full suits. I agree. Yo, and we got the tweets coming in from online. That's dope. Love that. Battle of underscore VIP pass. That's just great. All right, let's go. We got a Lost Box matchup. They predict that Giratina is going to win. Turn 1, Battle VIP Pass, Cramorant going first. Looks like this is going to be a Giratina Lost Box mirror. Looks like the Battle VIP Pass is going to grab a couple of Comfies. Good luck, good luck. That's exactly what you want. I'm curious to see how this Giratina mirror goes. It's kind of interesting. And then the Cramorant, yep, I'm going to retreat into Comfy, and it's time to start selecting. Let's go. Flower selecting. Grass and Sky Sealstone, and I think keeps the Sealstone. We got Giratina and a pass. Dude on the left, got the turn 1 Colress's Experiment. Probably send that Drapion. Yep, Drapion's the first to go. See ya, nerd. All right, the Nest Ball doesn't need it. Those 3 cards are better for sure. Actually keeping the Nest Ball. All right, decides that he wants something. Might hang on to that Nest Ball after all. There we go. And sending, I think, the Stadium and the Drapion. Now, that's a fat hand. Switch card in the hand will ensure that he gets to switch into a Comfy turn 1. So that's good. Nest Ball probably wants to grab his own Comfy, obviously. Also, just take a look at his prizes, make sure everything's looking kosher. Radiant Greninja. It's a great grab. Already got a Comfy in his hand, so he could just do that. Second Nest Ball. Probably going to be a Comfy. Just wants to accelerate cards to the Lost Zone as quickly as possible. And actually, it looks like the player on the right decided to ditch the Sky Sealstone and keep the Grass Energy. I think that Sky Sealstone might not be a very useful card in this mirror matchup. The Sky Sealstone's probably supposed to be combined with Drapion to help you beat Mew VMAX, which makes sense. Radiant Greninja will concealed cards. Draw 2. There's another Giratina V and a Sableye. Then I imagine switch carts will be played to switch into a Comfy so that we can select some flowers. Yo, the sideways hand cam too. Loving this. You know, getting tricky with those angles. Or it might just be an Abyss Seeking turn 1. It looks like that's what we're going for. Abyss Seeking angle. Going from 2 to 4 cards in the Lost Zone. Finds Giratina, Escape Rope, and Grass. Gonna keep the V-Star and the Grass Energy. Pass it back over to his opponent. His opponent's gonna be live to start attacking this turn. Looks like he's got a Beach Court. We'll play it. And be able to pivot his Comfies into the end of the active spots. I think that might be a Lumineon. And player on the right will also send Drapion to the Lost Zone. And there is Lumineon V. Luminous Sign can go get Culbert's Experiment. It's just got to be Culbert's Experiment. Yep, sending cards to the Lost Zone is exactly what we're doing. Yeah, I was going to say, it looked like Shota on the left, but he is wearing a different jacket. Yeah. So I was second guessing myself because obviously I can't see under his face mask. And it does look like he's wearing a different jacket. So nice. Culver's experiments. We'll get the player on the right. 3 cards. And yes, for those of you wondering, the taking of the couple cards and putting on the bottom, that is the cut. And basically, opponents will tell, I want you to cut 5 cards, I want you to cut 6 cards, I want you to cut 3 cards. That's basically their replacement for cutting right now. We got a Spit Innocently for 110 damage. And now the ball is in Shota's court. Shota with the damaged Giratina V is going to put his opponent in a pretty nice position having that damage on board right now. Switch cart does heal 30, and Comfy getting sent up. We'll start flower selecting. We got Psychic and Switch cart. Switch cart can allow for maybe another flower selecting. But it looks like that card gets pitched in favor of the Psychic energy. Nest Ball could fish out another Comfy if needed. Beach Quartz will allow the Comfy to retreat for free, and another flower selecting. Now we got Mirage Gate and another Switch cart. Now there is no scoop up net post rotation, so most of these decks are just going to be maxing out Switch cart and Escape Rope, I imagine. Looks like Mirage Gate's going to the Lost Zone. Got to be careful. The mirror match certainly seems like a tightrope to walk with resources and making sure that you're not running out of them. And the Nest Ball will grab a third Comfy. Can get Shota up to those 7 cards in the Lost Zone, which is what he needs to unlock his Mirage Gates. And here's an Escape Rope. We'll force up a new Pokemon. And we have flower selecting number 3, find Psychic Grass. Got to be careful with those energy. So Shota's going to take stock of which energy he needs. Already had a Psychic in hand, so sends the Psychic to the Lost Zone, keeps the Grass. And now Mirage Gate is online. So Mirage Gate will accelerate up to 2 different energy from the deck to his Pokemon. And wow, this is a crazy turn. If Shota's got the Switch in hand, we'll be able to use Radiant Greninja. Wow. Second turn of the game. There's Giratina V-Star getting evolved also. Moonlight Shuriken. We got concealed cards. Needs a switch, I think. Do we have it? There it is. Switch cart and Radiant Greninja. Moonlight Shuriken. Those Comfies are out of here. Hold on. We need the caster pop off. All right. Listen up. It's beautiful.
輝く月光がそしてエネルギー3枚目つきました。飛んでくる手裏剣、月光手裏剣、キュアはおそらく2匹このまま気絶と2枚サイドを取りました。これ1戦目から本当に
Dang, that's a crazy 2 prize pop off right there. And that's pretty much a wrap. This is why Lost Box is so good. Like, you didn't get out the Manaphy. You're done. Turn 2 Radiant Greninja, Moonlight Shuriken, 90 to 2 things. I mean, it's just, it's insane how fast things escalate. Your ability to just run other decks off the table is pretty much unmatched. It's easy to see how Lost Box is just that dominant deck post-rotation. Did me and the caster pretty much say the same thing? That rocks. man. The Manaphy. Dang it, man. And this is where my Manaphy goes. Yeah, way too late on the Manaphy, but it's fine. Radiant Greninja, concealed cards. Draw 2 more. And now both players have 7 cards in the Lost Zone. So they are both Mirage Gate compatible. Giratina V on the right gets evolved up to Giratina V-Star. And might see just a Spit Innocently. Now, something different about the post-rotation Lost Box deck is that the damage is just going to stick. Whereas previously, if you did 120 damage to a Radiant Greninja, your opponent might just use Scoop Up Net and remove all that damage. But this damage should stick now, and it looks like player on the right is powering up Lumineon with Mirage Gates. Free retreats because of the Beach Courts, and Aqua Return will send the Lumineon back to the deck. Like that, removing a liability is always good. The Manaphy is down now, so no more Moonlight Shuriken shenanigans for 2 prizes. It's a pretty good play from the player on the right. Definitely the best he could have done in the situation that he's in, and will send up Manaphy to offer it up. Now, Shota. Both these players, playing Lost Box decks, that means that neither player is really going to be disrupting the other player's hand. They're just kind of drawing tons of cards and letting each other keep their hands, which is kind of insane. Because look at the hand sizes. I mean, you're just constantly going to be working with like 8-card hands. Radiant Greninja, Comfy, Culver's Experiment. Now, we do see that Shota is playing a Roxanne in his deck, so that's important. Once someone takes 3 prizes, Roxanne is a really powerful hand disruption card, so Shota's going to use Mirage Gate to accelerate 2 energy to Giratina V-Star on the bench. And then the Radiant Greninja does have free retreats because of the Beach Court Giratina. And boss's orders. 2 more prize cards. This Giratina V-Star is getting knocked out. Shadow Impact for 280 damage. And now Shota is just 2 prize cards away from winning this match. Wow. That puts his opponent in a really, really compromising position. Now, there's a decent amount of damage on board. 7 cards in the Lost Zone. Needs to get up to 10 in order to maybe clean up some prizes with Sableye. The benched Giratina V-Star, and here's a Sableye now. The benched Giratina V-Star has 130 damage on it. The Greninja has 120 damage on it. Mirage Gate can accelerate a Psychic Energy to the Sableye, and you can see how good this Beach Court is, allowing Pokemon to easily glide in and out of the active spot. But this dude's only at 9 cards in the Lost Zone. Needs to be at 10 in order to attack with Sableye. The Sableye cannot use Lost Mine. Unless there's there we go, Lost Vacuum. We'll get there to 10 cards. And now Sableye can use Lost Mine to take 3 prize cards, knocking out Giratina V and Greninja. So this game is relatively close. But will the player on the right be able to finish off this fully healthy Giratina V-Star? Oh, it looks like the Sableye actually was not able to do enough. I thought, oh, okay. I thought there was 130 damage on the Giratina, but it was just 80. Got it. Yeah, I thought the orange damage counter was a red one. I thought the orange one was worth 100, but I see now it's worth 50. You see why these gems are terrible? All right, I know the gems are cool and all, but they're not practical. Can we all just be honest with ourselves? The gems are not good. Let's just have a moment of clarity and be honest. The gems are not good damage counters. They like slide all over the place. They're hard to read. I will say, I do appreciate that Shota has a nice smiley face on his Giratina right now. Isn't that cool? No, the gems are terrible. Dice are just way more practical. No, the dice just look, they're easier to read. 100%. You're tripping if you're telling me you can't read that. You're tripping. All right, here we go. Back to the game. Nah. The gems stink, dude. Dice are better. Of course, his experiments will get to pitch a couple cards away. And just look at the size of that hand. Such a powerful board state. Shota's only got... Wait a minute. Oh, okay. I'm like looking at the thing. All right, so they got 2 prize cards remaining. So they give you a Pokeball every time you take a prize card? Oh, okay. I get it. See, that's the opposite of how I would have thought it. I would have thought that you start with 6 Pokeballs and then they take one away every time you take a prize card. But it looks like they start with 6 gray balls and they give you... Yeah. We talked about that this morning. Pokemon promos, yeah. I got it. Shota's only got 2 prize cards left. So just gonna Lost Requiem. Why not? 1 prize left. And just saving that energy, saying, you know what? I'm going to Star Requiem your Sableye. All I need is 1 energy attachment, and then my Giratina V-Star can Shadow Impact whatever Pokemon you have active for game. That's just what's going on here. Absolutely dominant performance by this Giratina deck, and you can see the player on the right just trying to stall for time, see if there's anything he can do to cook up a win condition, but with only 1 prize card taken, doesn't seem great. Mirage Gates will allow this Radiant Greninja to put some more damage on the board, and I think this is probably the best thing he can do, right? Spread damage to the bench Giratina, hope that this active Giratina just gets stuck here forever. It's not likely to happen considering how big Shota's hand is. But I have to imagine that the active doesn't get knocked out. Right, because it's like he's trying to buy time, trying to just see if he can get Shota stuck. But all Shota needs to do is reveal a switch in an energy, and this game is over. And there we go. Switch. Energy. Raihan. There we go. And there is the energy. That's GG's. Giratina can use Shadow Impact for the final prize. And that's it. Greninja goes down. And Shota is your winner. GG's, GG's. All right, y'all. I'm tired, so that's going to be it for the stream today. But tomorrow, I don't know. I'm having fun watching this. What do you guys think? You guys want to watch some more games tomorrow? I'm kind of in like a... I want to watch this too. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, let's just keep watching the Champions League. Yeah, dope. All right. That's what I'm saying. We got tons of content, so let's just keep watching it. And it's cool. It's post-rotation. You're getting to kind of see our upcoming format. Rock and roll. Let's do it. So we'll start here. Hour 56. That's going to be where we start tomorrow. All right? Right after this win from Giratina on stream. I'm excited to see what other post-rotation decks they got cooked up over there in Japan. I'm not going to be doing this like strict casting, like caster vibes. I'm going to be doing it more like let's all watch Pokemon and chill vibes. That's going to be more the situation that we're in. I could do some casting, but I'd rather just be just kind of keep it chill. I'll stop play and we could talk about plays and things like that and talk about things. But I'm not going to make sure that I'm like, rattling off every single thing that's happening, probably similar to what we were just doing there for the last hour or two. But yeah, should be fun. Cool. We'll continue with this tomorrow. We got a lot to get through. So that'll be hype. I'm excited to do a little bit more reporting on what they got going on in Japan, honestly. That's something that I want to focus more on in the weeks and months to come. Oh, I found a new channel that I love. All right, see you guys. Say hi to the chickens, please.